Hey. Hello, hello. Hey, how you are? Yeah, hope you're doing good. I had a killer headache yesterday, but it seems like today it's all good, which I'm kinda happy about. Everything is all good. Nothing to worry about there, thankfully. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a good day. I think it's Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday, the third day of Halloween month. Or just scary month. I have an idea for what I want to do, because, again, it is October, and generally, people tend to play scary games in October. I really... that feeling when favorite streamer's gone, so sent to time goes. Yep. No, I definitely get that. I think I know what you're talking about as well. Because I think that's like the one streamer that I can count on for consistent streams. Specifically Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Time goes bye-bye. No, just sense of time, no more. No more. What else to talk about? Oh yeah. So, I want to play a scary game that I was gonna play for the 24-hour stream. But that just kinda got sidetracked with Beacon Pines. So I think either on... Wait, no, on Saturday, I'm gonna play a scary game. And I've never played it before. And I don't do well with scary games. So this is gonna be fun. Oh, that reminds me, on Thursday, I'm gonna be playing Mario Kart. Just Mario Kart with people. That'll be fun, yeah. The only reason I currently know it's Tuesday, yesterday was my Pasbia day, and that was a Monday. Hey, nice! Happy birthday to your paw. I know sometimes you just need like there has to be some event for you to remember like, oh yeah, today's this day. It is this day, it is this time. Yes, 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 I see now. And then next day you just completely forget. At least I do. Also, I have a very clingy cat right now. She wouldn't, this morning when I woke up, she just wouldn't get off of me. She was just on top of me and just wouldn't move. And ever since I moved, she's just like directly behind me. I had to be careful not to move my chair because she's just right there. She's like right there. Oh no. Hello, Silver. I hope you're doing good. Jumps out the window like a go. Yep. No, I definitely get that. No, but I had to be so careful not to move, because she is just right there. I have a very clingy cat. The cat has decided to be clingy today. Alright, but I suppose it's time we get into the game. I remember playing this game a lot when I was younger. So it's definitely... remember playing this game like a lot when I was younger. Hold on. Let me make sure that everything is all good. There we go. Wicked. What reference comes from the gig screw playing Phasmo? Yeah. To be fair, watching them play Phasmophobia is really fun. It's just it's just so chaotic. Alright. There we go. Hey. It is time. Paper Mario. I think I tried playing this at like the end of the 24-hour stream. I didn't get too far though. Far, far away, beyond the sky. Way above the clouds. It's Paper Mario time. Get ready for really bad graphics. Because this is on a Nintendo 64. I can see the pixels. You indeed started playing it at the end of the 24-hour. Yeah, I started playing it, but then I just got way too tired. And because I didn't do like the full 24 hours, this stream is pretty much gonna be like the last 5 hours or so. So today's a long one. I bet you can count the pixels too. Oh no, absolutely. No, absolutely. Let's see. Ooh, I can also see like where it's been like cropped as well. Oh, you gotta love just the lightning graphics. Oh. Nope, there go the stars. The stars are no more. They got turned into cards. This game is really endearing though. Like, it's been a long time since I last played this. Oh, the stars have been kidnapped. Oh no. Well, the elder stars, I guess. Oh. No, the stars! They've been turned into marketable trading cards! Oh no! Oh yeah, this game was made in 2001. I was a youngin'. What feather color would Federation Kevil have? To be honest, not a clue. I was 10 when this existed. I was too. The game's as old as oh. Oh yes, I already completed this game. It didn't take me too long. If I wanted to, I could have played through this entire game. I still had enough time to play another game. If I was doing another 24 hours. Would it keep the black feathers, or do you think Federation would bleach him? In my opinion, I don't think he would have different colored feathers, because bleaching the feathers would take up quite a bit of resources, especially if it's like thinking about how large wings have to be in order to lift a human being. It would take up a lot of resources. Just be petty. It would take up a lot of resources though. Maybe like a few feathers would be bleached, but I don't think every feather would be bleached. Because again, it would take up a lot of resources and a lot of bleach. I'm pretty sure Kukurucho's that petty. True. It would still take up a lot of resources though. I tried wings. Oh dude, same. Also, should we continue with this one? Or should we delete and play a new game? Yeah, I wish I had wings. Dude, that just seems like so much fun to like get wings. Or to have wings. You'd be able to fly and everything. You'd really have to make sure they were just really well upkept though. Space and feather ears. Yee, I like feather ears. Feather ears are awesome. New game? Alright, I'm gonna delete this one then. Deleting. Vale 2 has been deleted. Alright. Let's see how long this takes us. Oh, name. Bleh. Oh, absolutely. It would definitely be worth the upkeep. Voidlings? Ooh, sounds good. V... I can count the pixels in the letters. Void... Oh, I could put voidling. A singular voidling. Hold on. Just long enough. It's just long enough. Ow! Ow, I just slammed my hand against my desk. That hurt. There we go. I can count the pixels. A single one. Only one. Yeah, no, I'm good. Just, I was raising my hand, and my controller is currently like underneath my desk. And when I was raising my hand, it just kinda knocked against the edge of my desk. But I'm good. It just startled me more than anything, to be honest. Alright. First playthrough. A voidling. A singular one. We are now possessing Mario. Last stream we possessed a king, now we are possessing Mario. I like this guy. I like this guy. Mail call. E. Luigi. Hey Mario, we got a letter from Princess Peach. You okay, Mario? You're looking possessed there. I'm good. Mario, you spoke? Sorry, I'm also just very tired. I can't help but keep on looking back at my cat too, because she is adorable and she's like all curled up and sleeping. I'm pretty sure she's even snoring as well. Very quietly though. She's just out and I love her. Alright, I'll read it to you, okay? Alright, let's see. I'm throwing a party at my castle today. Mario and Luigi, I would be honored if you both could attend. Fear me not, brother dearest. Mario? Are you okay? I remember playing Quiplash with you. Dude, Quiplash was Quiplash was something else. It was really funny. Many guests from distant towns are hoping to meet you. There will be tasty sweets and all kinds of entertainment. I hope to see you here soon. Sincerely, Peach. And now we're going to the castle right away. I want the cake. Oh, I'm just not realizing just how old this game is. What a magnificent castle. I never get used to seeing this place. It looks like lots of guests are here already. They're already here. Mini toads. I see a penguin up there. It's 22 years old, so yeah. Yeah, it's an old game. Do you think they'll ever remake this game like they are doing with Thousand Year Door? Which reminds me, the second Thousand Year Door comes out, I'm grabbing it. It is mine. It will be mine. I'm streaming it right away. It will be mine. Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Mayhaps. We'll see. I'm getting Thousand Year Door. Thousand Year Door. I love so much. I will be playing the game. I only have 10 HP. Let's see. I love the little mouse. I want the cake. Give me the cake. Ah. Vale would be the sole owner of the Switch remake if that's in your door. Yes, only me. Only me, no one else. You want to play a 1,000 Year Door remake? You have to go through me first. And maybe I'll let you play it. Sorry for being late. I was playing off. Yeah, you're good. Also, hello Clay. Hope you're doing good. Also, don't mind me writing irregularly. XP Candy crying and Pokemon Scarlet Valley. Eee, all good. You're good. You're good. You know, Princess Peach said that there would be entertainment, but I'm seeing like no entertainment. I'm just seeing people just chatting and talking and gossiping. I don't see any bands. Where's this music coming from? Are they just in a separate room? Hiccups. The walls are playing. Oh no, the band. They're on the walls. Get them out. Get the band out of the walls, please. I don't know if that couch looks comfy. Music, what music? Well, I think they might be in the walls. Oh yeah, no, they're in the walls. Help. They're in the walls. Help. How do they even fit? Oh, it looks very stiff. Oh, to be honest, it is a castle, and castles tend to have like secret passageways and everything. They might just be playing in a passageway. Maybe. It's like give you a headache if you took a nap on him. Oh no, 100%. Like it's not even a proper fainting couch. I mean, yeah, no, it is made out of paper, but still. I think they try to make it like a little bit more comfy. They're in the columns. Oh no! Do you need help? Hello, sir? Do you need help? Continue playing music if you need help. They need help. We have to get him out. We have to get him out. I don't have a hammer. I can't get him out. Oh, what if they are the columns? That's so right. Sir, do you need help? We're gonna go this way. They're in the walls. They're the columns. I'm sure they're paid well. I'd hope so. They're playing in a castle. I would definitely hope that they are being paid well. Because I don't know about you, but I think the princess is well off to the point where she could definitely pay the band really well. Ooh, big window. How did you do that heart emoji? How did you do that heart emoji with your mouth? How do you do that? Oh, Mario, you came to the party to see me. You're so sweet. Thank you. Heart. How did you do that? The princess gets kidnapped so often. I'm sure they know how to manage. Yeah, probably. Maybe she made a kissy face? Probably. Yep, most likely. Also, can I just say, I love the fact that her mouth is just like a singular line. Not even a happy, not even like a little, not like a little tiny happy face. Nope, just straight face. No smile. That feeling when people do emojis with their mouth and I'm just like, huh? How? Whoa. I think I glitched out there a little bit. My PNG tuber just went, ugh. It's okay, we're good. Alright. I was just resting a bit. It gets tiring getting all those guests out there. Nobody will bother us here. Shall we relax and chat? Just the two of us. Just the two of us? Why? What do you have planned? I'm concerned. Would you be happy if a gigantic turtle always took you away from your kingdom and you had to rely on an Italian plumber to get free? You know? That's a good point. That's a good point there. I don't think I'd be very happy. It was a lovely day today, so I'm sure it's comfortable out on the balcony right now. Would you like to accompany me, Mario? Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Earthquake! Earthquake! Get down! No, it's just a castle underneath the castle rising up. How? How? My question is, how did Peach not know that Bowser was building a castle underneath her castle? I've literally seen this before. How did Bowser have time to set this up? I have no idea. Why are you running? Why are you running? Oh, are you right, Mario? What on the world was that? I wonder why. I wonder what indeed that was. Certainly not just a giant floating castle. Certainly not. Oh my, look Mario, it's still daytime, isn't it? But I can see the stars outside. At this point, it's not even a question. Yeah. No, that's fair. Not even a question. Yep, and now we die. No more oxygen. No more oxygen. We die. Princess? No more protection from space, I guess. No more protection from space. Oh my god, an earthquake. Who could it be? Maybe the same exact guy as always? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It could be someone different though. This displeases me. How do they breathe? The air should be too thin. It should. This makes no sense. Photosynthesis. So true. So right. So right. Don't need to breathe their paper. Well, maybe they have paper lungs. And then they need to... Oh, wait, no, I have it. They're paper. They have paper lungs. Therefore, they need to breathe paper-thin air. That was bad, I'm sorry. That was bad, I'm sorry. That was horrible. The better question is, how aren't they fluttering in the air? That's a good question. No idea. Not a clue. Bowser, but this can't be. No, it actually makes sense, don't worry. Wicked. I'm so disappointed. Nope, changing the subject now. It was you who made the crown shake just now, wasn't it? I don't know, was it? It could have been someone else. Whatever did you do? No, we're going along with the story. I'm changing the subject. Go ah ha 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 ha. Yeah, I'm gonna give Bowser the most unenthusiastic voice ever. Yeah, that was me. I lifted your castle up into the sky. It's sitting on my castle now. Weren't expecting that, huh? And my question is, how did you do that? How? This castle's under my control now, my dear. Now you will obey me. Can't emote, yeah. Just has all this power now. But at what cost? No more emotion. No emotion. So sad. Huh? What? It's Mario. What a shock. Huh. Not really. I expected you to turn up right on cue. You're as annoying as ever. Unfortunately for you, there's nothing you can do this time. What do you mean? Well, with the fact that you just kind of lifted Peach's castle up into the sky, I believe that. I definitely believe that. Haven't you learned your lesson by now, Bowser? You can never defeat Mario. Why don't you give up already? True, true. I've had my problems in the past, but this time is different. Spent all this money on a giant underground castle that he has not realized isn't even underground anymore. I'd be motionless too if I was poor. If I was that poor for virtually no reason. Oh dude, same. Man just realized that he just did a bad financial expense. He now has no money. I'm a changed dragon turtle dinosaur. I've learned from my mistake. Now that I'm poor, I will steal everything in your treasury, Peach. Your money is mine. Vorthing possessed Mario. Fall. I'm sure he'll win this time. I mean, he better with how much money he just spent making the castle. You know, making the castle under the castle. This time... Oh, wait, no, that's not Peach. This time, I'm gonna win. Okay, tough guy. Let's go. And now comes the most just boring battle sequence ever. Mario, you can do it! No words, only hops apparently. You just gave Peach an anime protagonist voice. I'm not gonna lie, I was wondering how long it was gonna take people to realize that. I was wondering. I mean, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, get ready for the most. It took a bit, but I got it. It's all good, it's all good. I'm just impressed that you managed, that you picked up on it. Also, is anyone gonna fix that window? That just seems like a safety hazard, not gonna lie. She's getting her own game. She deserves it in anime pro tag voice. 100%. The voice mix-up made it more evident. Yeah, I kind of figured. I thought so. Oh well. That was my bad. Do you really want to buy a new Peach game? Dude, same. It looks really good. I know that there was one Peach game with the DS or 3DS. One of the two, where it was like based on her emotions and everything. But I think this one looks a whole lot better. Yeah, I had that one too. Hey, nice. I remember that when it first came out, I really wanted to get it, but I never got it. Maybe one day I'll get it again. It'll be somewhere. Good old Mario. Always fighting. You're a thorn in my side. But today, your pathetic little attacks won't beat me. Sparkle, sparkle. It's pretty good, but I was so young, I was really bad at it. I mean, you're older now, you can definitely, have a better time playing it. I don't even know, like, what... Like, wasn't it like Mario was kidnapped or something? Yeah, just ching! Sparkle, sparkle. I'm actually kind of curious now. Do you think I could find it on Amazon? I think I might be able to. No, Yeah, focus. Game. Take a look at this. Look what... Wait, look what I stole from this... Words. Take a look at this. Look what I stole from Starhaven. It's the Star Rod. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mark got kidnapped. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I thought so. Because the only thing that I remember was... the only thing that I remember from, like, the promotional stuff is an image of Peach looking shocked, Mario tied up with a, I think it was a Hammer Bro? It was some villain. Enemy. I don't remember who. But it was someone. Yeah, no, words are very hard. I actually used the umbrella in that game. Hey! It actually had a use? Oh. Shocking. Goodbye. This fine piece of work has the power to grant any wish in the whole wide world. And when I use the Star Rod to increase my strength, even you can't beat me, Mario. Possessed Mario. Fall. Also angry Peach. Angry Peach. So angry. So mad. It's so mad. Gay Bowser. Wah ha 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 ha. How do you like that, Mario? You know what, Bowser? I congratulate you for coming out. Congrats, King. One of us. I don't know why she doesn't just beat up Bowser herself. She's clearly capable. Well, yeah, no, very capable. I think most of the time she just kind of wants to sit back and relax. Just think about it. Think about it. Whenever she gets kidnapped by Bowser, she doesn't have to do any princess duties or do like politics or any sort of like finance and make sure that the kingdom's running okay. You can just sit back and relax. Which is, I'm guessing, why she doesn't beat up Bowser. Okay, Bowser. Yep, look at him. He's so sparkly. Yeah, she gets a little vacation. It's a little vacation, and she knows that Mario's gonna be. She knows that Mario is gonna be coming to rescue her anyway. So. Wah ha 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 ha. Is that all you got? How sad. You'd best take some vitamins, cause that didn't hurt at all. The gay agenda is making him invincible. We love to see it. Gotta make the most of it, yeah. Vitamins? Vitamins. Vitamins. Maybe some vitamin B. Is he gay or just old? Hard to say. You know, it's hard to say. I have no idea. How old even is Bowser? I don't... How old is he? I don't think it's really said anywhere, like, how old he is. Old. Old as ball. So true, UA. How old are all of them, really? That's a good point. I don't have a single clue. 34. I'm gonna go with Silver's input. 34. They are all 34. 10 years ago, they were 34. Now, they are still 34. They are immortal. Bowser is 34 and Bowser Jr. is 12. Oh, okay. Little baby. Little itty bitty baby child. Here you go, Mario. Good night. Good night to gay Bowser. They're adults is all we need to know. So true. That's very true. They're adults. They're old. It's all good. Oh no! Mario! Get up! Get up, Mario! You can't faint here! Yes. Oh yeah. I did it. I finally did it. I beat up my old rival Mario. Yes. Peach decides, at least in the Mario movie, so maybe not canon, is around 23. Ah, okay. Yeah. I probably... Yeah. That would make sense if she was around, like, mid-late 20s. It would definitely make sense, especially if, you know, she's running a kingdom. I know, right? Like, Mario, or Bowser, please. Bowser, please. You know, so much time passes between games. That is also very true. Also, there are like different paths as well. Like there are the Super Mario games where it's like all platformers and everything. Then there's the Paper Mario games, which I refuse to which in my opinion it only goes Paper Mario 64, Thousand Year Door, and Super Paper Mario. Only those three. I ignore Sticker Star. I ignore. It'd be so funny if this happened once a week. Oh, it'd be hilarious. It would be so funny. Just once a week. Or maybe whenever Peach is feeling like a little bit too stressed and needs like a little bit of a break, she just calls up Bowser and say, "Hey, you want to plan a kidnapping?" Or like, "Hey Bowser, it's time for the spa session. Ready?" I think that'd be just really funny. Just whenever Peach gets kidnapped. Like, Bowser just isn't in love with Peach at all. He just kidnaps Peach just so that he has an excuse to actually go to the spa and get some, like, relaxation and just, like, some work done on everything. Hey, come on. He needs his beauty stuff too.
Congratulations on your victory, your viciousness. That is why you're the king.
Hey Bowser, wanna meet up to discuss royal gossip under the guise of you kidnapping me again? Do I ever? Now spill the tea. Spill the tea. I must know everything. Yeah, cause the birth rulers of their lands after all, Bowser's the Koopa King. Yeah, I know Bowser is the Koopa King, so he knows the gossip in like his land and everything, but he doesn't know the gossip in Peach's kingdom and vice versa. I bet at one point Bowser keeps kidnapping her just to see if he can actually beat Mario after a training arc in 1 week. I know, he just goes to the gym. Just goes to the gym for a bit. That'd be really funny, I won't lie. Just like suddenly Bowser comes on screen just all buff and everything. Like, it's time for me to beat you up, Mario. And Mario's just like, no, goodbye. As long as I have the Star Rod, everything I wish will come true. No one can stop me now. Well, well, well. I guess I might as well get rid of Mario. He's no good to anyone now, that's for sure. Gym Bro Bowser. Swole Bowser, oh no. Oh no. I really want to say something. No, never mind. No. Goodbye, Mario. The where did the lightning come from? There are no clouds in this castle. Whoop! And he's bitten. Oh no! Mario! I guess like looking up Bowser and Google Images is going down for longer than 1 second. Oh no. No, don't do that. Do not. No, do not. That is not a good idea for your eyes. You may or may not need brain bleach after that. Oh my god, the title screen. I'm at work. I don't wish to do that. You know, please don't do that. Also, Silver, please focus on work. Please. I don't want to be responsible for you getting in trouble at work. Please, Silver, I beg. I don't know that this plays. I'm an office worker. Oh, okay. I feel a little bit better. I do feel a little bit better now. So technically speaking, I'm in charge. Oh, cool. Silver, if you have work computers, search it up on that. Silver, do not. And you definitely won't get fired. Silver, no, you won't get fired. Please don't do that. You know, just no traumatizing the Silver Bolt. The minions have completed all of our work, so we're all chilling. One of them's on Pinterest right now. Okay. All right, that's fair. These trees are very twisty. Minions. All the coworkers are older than me. And yet you have called them your minions. Ah, ghost stars. My window was closed and yet I hear the trucks. I don't like those stars. I don't either. Begone, demons! I think the only star that I actually like is the pink star. Truck? Yeah. I know there's construction going on right now. Oh, no, they know. They know Mario is possessed. They're gonna get rid of us. No! They know Mario is possessed. Run! Oh no, Mario's unconscious, so maybe they won't realize. Truck, honk. Oh, thank heavens. He's been gravely injured, but I think he'll recover. But Bowser has taken the Star Rod. Now he's mightier than Mario. Get away, we're good voidlings. We're good little shadow creatures. Leave us be. It's hopeless. All is lost. Although I won't lie, I do like the purple star as well. The purple star gives them energy. Everybody just calm down. You should have seen us in a throne room. We ran the Kingdom Light Saints. We did not, but that's all Gary's fault. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yep. Just very good voidlings. Who only do good. Uh-huh. No chaos at all. Everybody just calm down. As long as we keep it together, there's always hope. Now. Our fates are in Mario's hands. We must try to revive him. Also, our fates are also in the hands of these little tiny creatures that are possessing Mario right now. He's actually dead? Maybe? Possibly. Gather round, everyone. Send Mario your power. Not anymore. With the help of the ghost stars. I think. Yay, no longer dead. Mario just became Kirby. Kirby. Yes, empower me, beings of light. We now rule the dark and the light. That's it. That's all we can do for now. Mario, please get up. Please. Also, voidlings, please just don't let Mario die. It won't happen, maybe. Will the void eat up the light? Probably. Most likely. To be honest, yeah. Most likely. You're adorable. I want to just pat you. Just pat. Just humana. Did you start last time file? Yep, I did. I did. New file. It really sounded like something fell somewhere around here. Oh, who could that be? I wonder who. Huh. Let's see. Who is this person? Who? I'm sure no one else in the kingdom has just a red hat, the overalls, gloves. I'm sure it's I don't know. It just can't be Mario. This red shirt, this hat, and this mustache. Who is one of the 3 humans in this kingdom? Ah. You can't tell me there aren't Mario cosplayers. Oh, they're 100% Mario cosplayers. 100%. Without a doubt. Also, it would be really funny. It's like the Dora the Explorer episode. Oh no. Who is Dora? Where is Dora? Your Mario cosplay looks great, but the mustache is a bit wonky. You know, it'd be really funny if Mario entered a Mario look-like contest and lost. It'd be really funny if that happened. It couldn't be, could it? The real Mario? It might be just one of those cosplayers. You definitely lose 100%. 100%. Wake up! Wake up! Up, come on! Up and at him! Wake up! He's just not that cool looking. Yeah, no. He's really not. Oh no! He won't wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Yeah, no, he would 100% lose. Dad, Goompa, Goombario. I know, just kick him. Just kick him while he's down. It'll be fine. Wake up! Oh, another bed that just does not look comfy at all. Ugh. Mario, can you hear me, Mario? Or am I speaking to the voidlings again? You don't know us. Wake up! It's the first of the month. It's the first of the month. Wake up! The ghosts. They know. I'm Eldstar, a star spirit. I have something very important to tell you. To tell Mario or just tell the things possessing Mario? It concerns the princess and all of the Mushroom Kingdom. But sadly, I haven't the strength to talk to you here. Mario, I need to have you come to Shooting Star Summit. Please, Mario. The star spirits will be waiting for you at the summit. Huh. I have a mighty urge to go to Shooting Star Summit. I wonder why. I shall command a great and terrible army. It shall sail to a billion worlds. Shall sail to ever light is extinguished. Clearly, I'm talking to the wrong person. I know, just very, very much the wrong person. Let's see. I'm just gonna look up on the internet real quick how to get rid of voidlings possessing a hero. Oh, Mario. So happy to see you awake. You don't sound happy. I suggest sleeping the week off instead. I would also suggest that. Although looking at Eldstar, I think he'd be down for like a nap. Like a good nap or so. Like a good week-long nap. And hopefully he would just forget about us. Hopefully. This place is Goomba Village. It's the tiny village that is just west of Toad Town. Just leave the void to it. Yep. Yeah, no, nothing bad will happen. Nothing bad will happen. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No worries. The only residents are me and a single family of Goombas. I don't think that's really much of a village then, if it's only just like one family and then just a toad. How would someone possessed by Voling even look? We'll be fine. In my head, it would seem like the stars are just filled with galaxies. Or just like, you know how the little Voiling guy on my shoulder is like purple and then it has some sparkles in him and everything? It'd be like that, but instead with the eyes. At least that's, in my mind, that's what the people possessed would look like. In my mind. You're free to interpret it however else you want. The sparkly eyes? Yeah, pretty much. It could also be just like, there's just like a little voidling just kind of like sitting on their shoulder. Imagining scarlet stars and milky iris with no pupil. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds cool. Ooh, that sounds so cool and mildly disturbing. Yeah, a little bit. However, I'm also very much just a fanatic for horror and just anything along those lines. So I apologize. They're the ones who found you unconscious in the forest and carried you here to get better. I found that Mario got dragged and not just carried. Yeah, you know, just a tiny bit of eldritch horror for the funsies. It'll be fine. It's fine. And where can you expect from a being that, from a non-binary being that has little voidlings following them? And the rise of the galaxy bursting to life, snuffed out with every blink, only to be born again with newly opened eyes. Last time I imagined the voidling. Oh yeah, just the one king that doesn't know how to speak. That guy. My mind would be all united in a giant shadow just screaming, "What is wrong with you?" I'm not gonna lie, that's just really funny. That is really funny. We're able to control the body, just not what the people say. That's really funny, I love that. No, I saw nothing like that. I sure didn't see anyone come in or out of this house. I wonder, Mario, maybe you just had a dream? Maybe you just had a hallucination? Maybe? Or maybe not. It could have been some sort of message from a star spirit. Yeah, no, we're chaos incarnate, but we draw the line at stupidity and parenting. Absolutely, 100%. Like, we like to cause chaos, but come on. Be a good parent. Come on, dude. Do better. Don't worry about the royal affairs, we'll have that covered. Instead, just focus on being a good parent. That's all we ask. Shooting Star Summit is the nearest place to Star Haven, so that makes sense. Who knows, in any case, I'm glad to see you've recovered. It's the one thing we gave him freedom on. Yep. The one thing we gave him freedom on. Just freedom to be able to like talk and speak with his family. And actually try to be a good parent. And just a good family man. I know, we like a bit of mischief, but we are mostly responsible beings. Mostly. I just think it's funny to see, how you guys do things. I just think it's funny. Ah. A responsible being will let me hinder in a call to the lamb run. All that reminds me I need to finish Go to the Lamb. Oh, land sakes, Mario. So nice to meet you, Mai. I'm so glad you woke up. I can't tell you how worried I was when you were just lying there asleep for so long. Kind of makes you wonder just how long Mario was asleep for. Sometimes it's funny to see the world burn. Oh no, absolutely. Hey Mario, I'm Gumbario. Oh, I just realized your name. Oh, I just realized your name. Hey Mario, I'm Gumbario. I'm your biggest fan, you don't say. You don't know what this means for me to meet you, seriously. Thought you were ignoring it on purpose. No. 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 I just now got it because I never really said his name out loud. I just read it. And it didn't make the connection. Ugh, cosplayers. Hold on. And then we go over here. There's actually cosplayers now. I don't know if it's like actually cosplayers. If Gumbario was named after Mario. And I don't know if he chose that name himself or if the parents are just a really big Mario fan, I'll be honest. I don't know. Don't mind me, just rifling through your bushes. Isn't this whole thing weird though? Maybe? Are you Guma? Oh, you're Guma? I love you. Hello, Guma. Like, did they get tired to get... didn't they get tired of getting stepped on by Mario and left the kingdom? Probably. The most likely, to be honest, yeah. To be honest, probably. Gumbario's actually named after his father, Gumluigi. Amazing. I'm a Goomba grandmother, so that's where I got the name. Ho ho ho. She's adorable and I love her. Have you already met my lovely grandchildren? Aren't they sweet? Especially little Gumbaria. Especially little... Wait on, her name is Gumbaria? Or, you know, just were you born a grandmother? It's a little bit... I don't know how to think about that. Oh, you startled me. Yes, Mario, isn't it? You've awakened at last. Good, I knew you'd pull through. Call me Goompa. I'm the Goomba grandfather, so I'm Goompa. Yeah, no, I don't want to think about the reproduction of Goombas either. No, thank you. Pretty busy fixing the veranda. Whee! Don't mind me just stepping on your table. Brady. Ah. Yep. A few rest in our house. That should replace maybe go come to the moment. I'm fixing all the earthquake damage. Earthquake. You know, just absolutely just blame the game. Shooting Star Summit, something important, no doubt. I believe that the summit is near Toad Town. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Silver. Yeah, no, goodbye. Goodbye, good luck. Goodbye, good luck. Bye-bye. Oh, shoot. Bye-bye. You take this road straight ahead, you'll eventually reach Toad Town, the home of Princess Peach's castle. I believe that Shooting Star Summit is just beyond there. It's too bad you can't stay. I feel like I just met you, but duty calls, I know. Come back and visit if you can. Best of luck, Mario. Ah. It's the old hag. I want that broom. Give me the broom. What are you doing? Body possession co-op? You know, just the body possession.
Ah, my instincts were right. Mario, I can't believe you're on your feet after taking such a beating from King Bowser.
You're a hardy one, alright?
I was smart to come here to check on you.
What? What's that? Dad? What's that weird flying thing? Weird? You rude little. I have a beautiful Koopa with a beautiful name. Kami Koopa. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. He looks more like a grandma than the Goomba does. Yeah, a little bit. Wish I had time to teach you a lesson, brat, but no. Mario, hear this. It is useless for you to try and save Princess Peach. Ridiculous. Laughable. I said I misgendered the witch. Whoopsies.
It happens.
I don't think she'd mind. She may be evil, but I don't think she would mind. As you've seen, King Bowser is more powerful than even you can deal with this time. It's a gift from him. A gift? A gift? What is this gift? Ah! What a lovely gift. One lovely gift. Yep. Mario, you will kneel and weep when you see the wonderful changes King Bowser's made. Your world is ours now. Oh, there. No, give me your broom. Give me your broom. I just fixed that gate. Nobody say gate to me. What are those sounds? Not a single clue. Kami Koopa, that fiend. Did you hear what she said about the princess? It didn't sound good. I hope nothing's happened to her. What? Bowser went and kidnapped Princess Peach? Again? That she's possessed too? No, 100%. Definitely possessed. 100%. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Just wish it wasn't against me though. Oh, unbelievable. And you have to go to shooting star summit to help save her, right? This could be a problem. Yeah, we just gotta do something, right? We just gotta save the princess. Nobody else can do it. Yep, nobody else at all. They're definitely not Luigi. Even though he absolutely could do it. But I guess not. Ah. Oh, here's an idea. Maybe we can break this block with Goompa's big hammer. I think he's using it now to fix the veranda. Go and ask him for it, will you? Can do! I will ask the grandfather for the hammer. So that I may be able to save Princess Peach. Princess Peach, I am coming to rescue you. Where's Goomba? There is a lack of ground here. Nope, down I go. Think Luigi is off on a ghost hunting job while this is going on? Possibly. Hard to say. Goomba. Oh, my back. Who's that? Hey, is that you, Mario? For a great crashing noise, and then the veranda collapsed and I fell. Did you fall too? Just stepped out the door into thin air, did you? Maybe. Well, we're both okay. Problem is, we can't get home because that block is in the way. Igadibba. This block shouldn't be here. Well, this is a problem for us. Huh? A hammer? Oh, of course. Where'd it go? I was using it to fix the veranda, so it's likely it's around here somewhere. Nowhere to be seen. I guess it must have fallen somewhere over there. Give my dinner to Mega, she seems to enjoy it. More food for cat. My cat is still sleeping behind me. She's adorable. Camera's gotta be somewhere close by. It looks just like this. How did you do that with your mouth? How did you do that with your mouth? Tell me your secrets. I wish to do that as well. How can I just say an image and have the image pop up while speaking? Tell me your secrets. If for bushes, that might cover it up. If... How are you doing these images with your mouth? Tell me. Yeah, I want it. I know, same. Like, come on, let me image speak as well, please. Game people just know how to speak images. Apparently, yeah. Oh, you found it. Yeah, fortunately, I don't think we can master that. Or master that, just master that skill. I wish it wasn't so, though. I would 100% be down to master that skill. Aha! Doll. A doll that looks exactly like Princess Peach. Coins, gimme coins, gimme coins, gimme coins. Oh, no more coins. Sad. Ah! There we go. Okay, so that's how I spin. Gotcha. I spin with this. I spin. Youch! Oh, there it goes. You're adorable and I love you.
Who are you guys? This is my playground, idiots! Nobody sets foot in here without my permission. Nobody! Prepare to start crying at the at the feet of Master Junior Troopa.
Step on the child. Bully the child. Bully the child. Bully the child. There's more bark than bite. You can beat him easily. Just boost yourself up and don't take any lip. I'll stay right here behind you and watch your progress. First we bonk the child. Good move, go on. Yeah, beat up the child. Beat up the child. Step on the child. Violence to the child. Here, I'm just getting warmed up. Yep. Yeah, you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Alright, we've almost got it. Keep it up. Go on. Yes, Frit. Say hello to Junior Troopa special attack. Full power! And there's the bike for the day, I guess. First bike, hopefully only bike. Oh. Then we got XP. That's wonderful fighting. You get star points. You get star points every time you beat up an enemy. There's a child in an egg. Looks like a dragon adjacent being. Cheyenne? Oh! I knew it! Paper Mario 64. Paper Mario 64 predicted QSMP. Oh! I knew it! Oh! I was winning too. I'll be back, Mario. Goodbye, egg. Goodbye, egg child. I mean it. I'll be back. Yeah, so that's where the eggs ended up. They just ended up in in Paper Mario. Huh. Who would have thought? I never would have guessed. Oop. I shoot him. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Also, I love this game's graphics. Because I can just... Oh. Alright, I think we're good now. My goodness. I guess that wasn't the only bike. Oh, jeez. You know, just crisp polygons. Ooh, fire flower. Nice. No, just slightly cursed. Just slightly. Gambara is just Leo. Yeah, no. That bike was like right outside the window. Right outside the window. Well, they only have 2 HP, really? Huh, okay. Bonk. Okay, so no jump, got it. Yep. Definitely didn't know that beforehand. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's another one. Ah. Enemies. Yep. Yep. I know it's just tutorial and I know. Let's see, just going through all the things. Boop. And one more bonk. There we go. Wicked. Me trying to imitate Luigi via text.
Oh yeah. Luigi time. Oh yeah. Aha. Oh yeah.
Don't worry, kids. Here I am. Thanks to young Mara here, I made it back all right. Oh, it's nothing left. Let me open it for you. And suddenly said, Grandpa, where you been? I looked outside and wow, both of you in the veranda were just plain gone. Grandpa, I was very, very worried about you. Really worried. Sorry, kids, I apologize. I didn't mean to make you fret. You just take it easy now. I'm back safe and sound. Now, before I forget, I've decided to give you something, Mario. Wait here a minute. Oh, hey, that dolly you've got. That's the one Gambaria lost. She was looking all over for it. Would you give it back to her? I could be so mean right here. I could be so mean and just not give her it back. You're trying to eat grapes and failing miserably? Oh, bet. Grapes. Grapes can be very tricky sometimes. Be mean. Just be mean. Just like the bed bug, I will not give back the doll. Alright, I'll say no just to see the options. Aw, that's just mean, Mario. Really? I never would have guessed. I guess you can just give it back when you're ready. It keeps slipping from my hands. Oh, very slippery grapes. Nope. Ours now. Never gonna give it back. Nope. Slipping? Eh. Grapes tend to be very smooth and slippery, I think. You always seem to beat up your enemies. Do you work out? Yes? Yep, our doll now. Ours. I study self-defense by reading books by the masters and listening to Dan and Goomba. And I also exercise every day so I can be strong like you. It's starting to show. I'm starting to show too. I'm getting big muscles. I also just watched them, so they're very slippery. Yeah, slippery grapes. Goomba's head is as hard as a rock now. Ah. And he does this head bonk move. It really, really hurts. Big white Goombaria, you're embarrassing me. Of course it is true. Sorry I've kept you waiting, Mario. That's okay, Goomba. We're just rapping with Mario. Sorry, I just want to give this to Mario. Rapping. I think that's just like an old word for just like talking and everything, or chatting. This thing is called a badge. Oh, whoa. If you wear this, you'll be able to do a power jump, which means you'll be able to do a lot more jump. Yep. No, I know how this works, please. No, thank you. Goodbye. I remember you're still teaching me about things I don't, please. Please! By the way, Mario, I heard from Goomba. You're taking it upon yourself to try and rescue the princess from Bowser's clutches. Yep. Yeah, Mario can beat a Bowser with one hand tied behind his back. We tried beating him up. It didn't exactly work. Bowser harnessed the power of the gay and just became invincible. The only good tutorials are the ones that let you disobey. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Alright, do I get Goombario's partner? Join. Join. Nope. Goodbye, Goomba. Goodbye. So Kumari, let's go. HP looking a bit low. Toad House. Getting off the turret and the judge. Somebody used that object to refill HP when it was full. So I kept building it up until he died. I know that's fair. And then I got a game over in less than 3 minutes of gameplay. Oh, whoopsies. It happens, no worries. It happens. He did not like getting killed. He didn't take that very kindly. Nut. What? There we go, problem solved. Ah, I know. The mouse, I just kind of forgot about it. There we go. Cool. Might as well save. Might as well save, I guess. Go ahead, so disoriented. Got a massive drift or does really work anywhere? Oof, oh no. Oof, that sucks you away. I wonder how it gets just deteriorated like that. And the game gives you power of the game necessary to no, 100%. We must gather more gay energy to rival the Bowser's natural gay. Think about basically I have zero experience of doing that. I'm scared if I mess something up. That's fair. You can always go to a game store near you and see if they are able to replace it. I know that I have like a game store here where I live that can replace, that can like fix up or fix the drift in switches and everything, or at least Joy-Cons. No. Thank you. Yep, it's a Goomba. It's a Goomba. Deterioration comes from the Switch not being wireless every time I move the thumb to like. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Rat, rat, rat. Right there. Igdibba. Igdibba. Ech. Hiccups. Sometimes past the nodes aren't active enough anymore. Oh, gotcha. Hiccups. Oh no. I'm just trying to play the game. I don't want hiccups. No. I'm trying to hold my breath. I don't know if it's working or not. There we go. I love the clouds that are floating in the background. They are very obviously seen with just like the little sticks that are moving them. I love that. Cool. Anything over there? Nope. What's this? You'll pick cotton candy with those sticks? Oh no, they do. Cotton candy. Ah. Pear Goomba. The pear Goomba, yet I only see one. Okay, it's one of the few foods with no flavor that could still somehow be so good. Yeah. I think it's because of the fact that the cotton candy is pretty much just like pure sugar, where it just like melts in your mouth. But it's still really good though. It's still like really good. Oh, energize. Alright. Hey, energize. I warmed up to caffeine time. It took a little bit. Oh. Ah. It took a little bit for you to warm up to it. And you have seen what good the caffeine time can be. Baked Goomba. Yeah, please just make it to the summit. Blaze. New switch to replace the old one. There's a one. Yeah, that's fair. It happens, no worries. No more shrimp. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie, I was definitely just kinda... Not gonna lie, I was definitely just very much a shrimp. Oh, and water time? Okay, hold on. Hold on, you know what? Water. Okay. A rare thing has occurred. I am now I am now straightened out. And close call. Yep, yep, yep. Mushroom. Yeah. Oh, that's like 3. Oh no. It's the gay of the game. Straightening your spine. And I just must straighten the spine. Spine must be straight. Spine must be the only straight thing about me. Yeah, in this corner of the void, we are responsible. Yep. Very responsible. Ah. There's the chaos. There's most of the void that is chaotic, and then little corner that is responsible. Yes, yes, yes. Oh yeah, Clay, I just saw the no caffeine stream. That'll be for the next follower goal. Just whenever I reach the follower goal, I will do another no caffeine stream. Hey, hey, hold it right there. You! Yeah, you, suspicious guy. Don't move. It has to be a hard game that needs critical thinking. No, why? Yeah, fine. I have a few games like that. Even though most of the games that I do have are very, very just chill. Because it's funnier that way. That's fair. That's very fair. I don't know if there's Mario Kart. Oh, which by the way, I will be playing Mario Kart with you guys, with people on Thursday. Strategy game? Probably. Let's see, because I do have Persona 5 Royal on my Switch, and I could play that. I could 100% play that. I don't have my Twitch line. Twitch line trailing what I still said. Yue, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Yue. Ooh, wait. What if... you make a new account and get a new trial? That might work. I don't know though. It might. You're floating so easy because you're 17 followers away. You're lowering your guard. Just a tiny bit, because I know that me getting to like that number is not very likely. I don't think that works. Oh, darn. I thought it would work. Oh, red and blue Goomba. Aha, you're Mario. I knew it. You can't get past here, Mr. Big Shot. I'm gonna recruit all my English-speaking mutuals. Oh boy. Oh boy. Very few. It is okay. Bet. Oh, shit, that reminds me. I need to upload the short that I made. I still haven't uploaded it. I could pay Switch Online for 1 month, only one. Yeah, that's fair. But Yue, don't go broke because of it. Again, I'm still very, very sorry that I wasn't able to play Mario Kart with with chat during the 24-hour stream. I got a little bit too into Beacon Pines. Oh yeah! I forgot about all the commands and everything again. Be sure to go follow White Rice on Twitter and Twitch, and also Izzy on Twitter as well. They do some very good things. Yes, yes, yes. The bot has failed. Oh, come on, give the bot a break. Oh, there it is. The midstream advertisement. Yes, yes, yes. Goomba King. Red Goomba. My brother, Blue Goomba. Self-promo plus artist. It's more like just heavy promotion for the artist and not a lot of self-promo for me, because I don't like to I don't like to self-promo. I know it's totally not a streamer thing to do. Oh my god. Oh no. Bill has other accounts when I remember about them. Yeah, I tend to forget about them a lot. There's actually one short that I need to like redo and everything. I should actually probably do that after this. I'm actually gonna write that down real quick. Hold on. Writing things down. Yeah. Hold on. I have a notepad right next to me when I remember. And there we go. You'd upload every time you feel it. You feel out something. I almost just stopped my controller. Sorry. Yeah, I don't see why not. The thing is, though, I don't remember. You guys have to help me out with that. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I stop streaming, I just kinda forget. I forget. I forget what happened during the stream. Brain goes blank. Yep. Absolutely. I think it's just my way to like kind of recover. Because stream is the one thing throughout the day that makes me talk a lot. And afterwards I just kinda go blank and just in order to recover and everything. Ooh, okay. They're facing off against the red and blue. Red versus blue. Also, like, over 1 hour of the 24-hour stream is just the full game brain rot and hypnotism. Oh no, absolutely. I kind of forgot to commentate with that. I was relying on that game to keep me awake, and it kept me awake. It also just did a good amount of hypnotism as well. I still have it. I could absolutely still play through it too. I think my brain melted right out of my nose when I watched that. Oh no! Leia, I'm so sorry. No, speak only ball. Only ball, so true. Very true. Red Goomba. Red Goomba. The max HP is 7. Gotcha. They weren't even commentating on the lore. No, I really wasn't. I really wasn't, no. I know, if anything, I was just ignoring the lore. You know, I was 100% just going, just ignore lore, only ball. Only ball, ignore the lore. Blue. The blue Goomba. Blue Goomba. And the red Goomba. Now. make him my brother. No, you meanie Mario. No, absolutely, just Jesse and James. 100%, just them. I think the reason why I like Thousand Year Door better than this original Paper Mario is because they definitely made the fighting mechanic a lot better. And also they just made the storyline a lot more interesting as well. I really want that game. I really want it. Give me. Oh, there they go. To save the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James. Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Help, why did I remember that whole thing? Meowth, that's right. Oops, nope, wrong one. How did I remember that entire thing? Help. Can I not use? Hey, there we go. Okay.
Meow, that's right. Why, my fat?
Oh. Spooky castle. Oh. That was just both James and Jesse united into one singular being. So true. Jenna's Meowth and the blue Pokemon. You know, that reminds me. What would... You know, if I was a Pokemon trainer, what kind of Pokemon do you think would suit me? Just like this persona and everything. I'm actually very curious. Yeah, apparently flying types. That reminds me, I need to see if I can do the DLC. If I can do the DLC with the flying type profile. I think that'd be very funny. I won't lie. That'd be very funny. You know, apparently flying types. Apparently. Who knew, apparently? Apparently that's what it is, though. You know, the grind keeps going. It keeps going. We're never getting rid of that game. Yes and no. Because I think there's only like, uh-oh. Hold on. What happened? Uh-oh. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Give me a second. What did Yue do? I don't know. I don't know what was deleted. Hold on. Flash on time out. There we go. You should be good. I copied the Team Rocket motto in German. Uh-oh. Oh. What if you do like one sentence at a time? That should be better, I think. Yeah, because there's, yeah, you were just too cool for Fossa. Blasphemy. That's why I always hated that bot. The bot's trying his best, come on! That and the smile. That's fair. The smile, like, I get. That's fair, that's fair. Well. Up. Up. Yep. I hear something. Oh, the king! Another king! I love his music so much. Listen to this music. It's so goofy. If I had a theme song, it would be this music. It'd be this music, 100%. You'd have those eyes too. Yep, 100%. That's what I look like without my glasses. I'm just trying my best to see. I cannot see. So Mario, it's true. You've made it this far. I respect you for that. Unfortunately, this is as far as you'll ever get. Because I, the great and powerful King Goomba, will see to it that you advance no further. You hear that, Mario? No farther, not one step. Are you scared, little man? Blind times and ghost types, specific because I can see Chandelure being their ace. To be honest, there'd be quite a few different. There's quite a few different Pokemon that would definitely be my ace. Although, to be honest, I don't know why, but to represent chat, I think Phalanx, like the guys in like a line and everything. Just like the little guys in line, I can see that representing chat. Just those little guys, just all the words, all in a line. And I don't know why, but I think that'd be adorable. Yeah, you're scared, alright. You wanna say you're sorry? I'm clearly checking up the months will be my permit team. Yo, nice! Look at that. Very nice, very cool. Oh, represent us? Oh, hold on, let me see if I can find a photo of them. Hold on, Pokemon. Specifically, hold on. Save image. That one. Okay. Did I space out looking at Pokemons? You're good, you're good. Give me one moment. Let's see. Image. It would be, hold on. Wait, hold on. It would be these guys right here. I think they're called Phalanx, or just F-A-L-I-N-K-S, at least in the English version. It'd be those little guys. The chat would just be those little guys. At least I think. I don't know why. I just think it'd be adorable. Look at him go. They're so silly. Just those little guys. They're silly guys. Flex the Garchomp, Nebula Chandelure, Nico the Greninja, Rain up 100, Nico the Cinderace. Oh, nice! That's a very good team right there. I said figure out like what my permanent team would be. Not the flying types, because I could be taken out with like one Pikachu. Wait, no, not even a Pikachu. I could be taken out with a Pichu. With a singular Pichu. A singular Pichu would be my downfall if I have only flying types. As we have almost seen. Phantom? Oh! Ooh, that's good. That's a good idea. Just a little guy. Little Phantom. Because that would be from the two OCs in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon universe. Oh, nice! He is very cool. You know, I have yet to really like fully play through Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. This seems like a really, really fun game though. I remember my Pokemon team. Pet. I'm a chick. Alright, sounds good. I shall continue with this, because I need to continue playing it. There's the match for you, the Mario. Let's get him. Ready to beat my wrath, Mario? You'd better be. Are you sure it's this game? Wait, Sir Ledge. Ooh, yes. Absolutely. I know there's also the sword Pokemon too. I have a shiny version of that in my Pokemon... in one of my Pokemon games. I'm forgetting which one though. Oopsies. Oh, down he goes. Yay, Honedge! Yeah, the shiny form of it looks so cool. Burp, burp. Burp, burp. Dude, I love this music. Maybe a mask? Oh. To be fair, I think Yamask would also definitely fit the fact that we joke about the fact that any main character that we play just gets possessed by us. It would definitely fit. I think it'd be really funny.
Beat him up, King Goomba! You've got your back!
Leave him to me. Hey Mario! I take out the good bros first, don't you think? It's pretty weak since we just finished beating them up back there. Oh, absolutely. I want to make that team, if you want to.
If you want to, I'd say go for it.
I don't think... but... Sky Red doesn't have a mask. Aw, that sucks. Oh. Sadness. Sadness. Maybe a mask would be introduced to Scarlet Violet with the next DLC drop, maybe? I think it'll be out in December or January. I don't remember, like, fully, though. Oh, yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. We'll see, though. Goomba King is really big. He looks really powerful. Max HP is 10. Oh boy. Most likely around Christmas. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, without a doubt. I don't think I know that one. Hold on. I'm gonna look up that Pokemon name. Blastophon? Hold on. I'm looking up that Pokemon. I don't recognize that name. Sorry. You know, 100%. 100%. Just the spirit of Pokemon of chat and the streamer. Just with the two energies combined. Haha! Oh, hello! Hello, Nefarious. Hope you're doing good. It's going well. Just talking about Pokemon and everything while also having while also doing Paper Mario stuff. I have a Wingo called Trashbird. But to be fair, Wingle is very much just a trash bird. Wingle is pretty much a seagull, which is pretty much just a trash bird. So I 100% agree with that name. Oh yeah, Ultra Beast, that's from a different dimension. Yeah, it fits. I can't block it. Rah. Mah. Thanks for having fun. Yeah. Just chaotically chill times. Aha! Red to bug code drooling. I am curious about that though. Uh-oh. Down to 4 HP. Oh no, will I survive? The answer is yes. Hey, well, it's glad to hear that you're doing good. Oh. I forgot that, that Pokemon was an Ultra Beast. Yeah, no, that definitely does fit too. Which one? I do want to get flower points up there. Things get better in Nefarious. No worries. Things get better slowly but surely. Pat. Wait, hold on. Tree. Ooh! Star piece. Mine now. I don't know where that tree is. So I can't do that. A bush? Nope, nothing in that bush. Called a canopy Ronald. That's amazing. It's just like, it has the same, to me it has the same energy of calling a Butterfree Gerald. I don't know why I came up with the name of Gerald. I don't know why Gerald is like the one name that, why is Gerald like the one name that I always just remember? Or just go-to name? Why is it Gerald out of all the names? So funny and dreaded for no reason. It is, and I don't know why. Name if you used to get my show. Wait, I'm a crammer out without a name. Name one of them Gerald. Since we're on the topic of Gerald, I think that'd be funny. Let's see, which one would be called Dave? I think it'd be funny to have the Mine Show be called Dave, I'll be honest. The Mine Show? Mine Show? I don't know how to pronounce that name. One of them would be called... It'd be funny if you called one of them Gerald. Just Dave. Gerald. Mischievous as Lucia because putting a swear word as a Pokemon name was poor taste. It happens. You don't really think about when it gives you the option to name a Pokemon, it's very much just, oh no, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? At least I think. Gerald the Chimchar. Chimchar? Oh no. Drifloon Looney. Looney! Aw, little Looney. That sounds adorable. It has been done. Wicked. The names have been set. I'm to find a strange switch somewhere. You should definitely not press it. It's dangerous, understand? You what? You already pressed it. Oh no. Well, no more castle for you. No idea how this happens. How did the windows just fall? Oh. Oh. Well. See you, I guess. Oh hey, a bridge! We're just gonna ignore everything that happened. And just focus on the bridge. Does everything in this world just fold? Yeah, apparently. I think. Not a clue. Mine show. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You know, not gonna lie. My brain does not compute, I'm sorry. Ooh, coin. Yummy. Nom, 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 nom. I don't know why, but the coins look extra crunchy today. Oh, where did you come from? Where'd you come from? How were you just floating there? Alright. Dave the Munchero and Gerald the Chamcha. Amazing. Cadaver called Hackles. Aw. Amazing. There we go. Love their server that I named up. You're good, you're good. No worries.
Mighty King Bowser, I've been looking for you.
Apart your evilness, I defeated the Goomba King. He's headed for Tone Town now. What? Unbelievable. What was Goomba King thinking? Thought Dave would fit best for the bird? Yeah. No, that's fair. To be fair though, Dave does fit for like most things. Naming the Cramorant say because burp. That's fair. Very fair. What you're holding. I used the Star Rod to make him a king because he begged me. And Mario whips him so easily. What a wimp. Then the most cool looking one, Kevin. Agreed. Just not very good with a name. Very simple names, but they are epic. Cammy Koopa, you are sure that Mario can never defeat us, right? Relating to that name? So nope, that's fair. Maybe just to go for a different name. What about Miguel? Or Diego? Wait, Lucy. What about Lucy? I think Lucy would be a good name.
Please, your violinist. Try to be calm. Goomba King is small time. I had a feeling he'd fail. It doesn't matter because while you hold the Star Rod, you are definitely invincible.
I want to catch Thunder of all this game, so I can just call it Bob. That's fair. I want to catch Arceus so that I can just call him Bob. Now named. That's an good name. That's a good name. Yes, yes, very good. Gwa ha 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 ha. What's the last one left? You named the last one left to Lucy. By the way, Cammy Koopa, those star spirits we captured don't have any way of giving Mario their power, do they?
Please don't worry yourself. Each is held separately. And each is carefully guarded by your hand-picked subjects. Even Mario can't save all 7 of the star spirits.
Who's the closest star spirit to Mario? It's that one at Koopa Bros Fortress, right? If Mario somehow reaches there, can the Koopa Bros defeat him?
King Bowser, you mustn't worry.
Whoa.
Yeah!
Whoa! The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I'm sorry, I had to. Here come the Koopa Bros. Uh-huh, oh yeah, we're the coolest of cool. Psst. Cammy Koopa, are you sure these guys can get the job done? Those are definitely Ninja Turtles. They are. Also, listen to their music too. Like, this is the theme song for the Koopa Bros. Very catchy. Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Whoa! That Goomba King was gigantic, and even he couldn't beat Mario. Pshaw! Get real, King Bowser. Yeah, the Goomba King was huge, but he was a total Whipola. We're nothing like him. See, what we've got going on is the power of teamwork. Together we can pull the hurt on Morrow in seconds flat. Excellent, that's the spirit. Sell it, Koopa Bros. Show our king that special attack you do so well. Yes, ma'am. Ready, everyone? Everybody? It makes me worried about what is being done. Oh, oh, this is, oh. I do like it, King Bowser. How was it? Oh, I think Speckles is a good name for a carving. Or Sparkles. You know, name it Captain Sparkles. Really, I'm not easy impressed either. Mario won't have a chance if you finish him with that attack. We'll take him, King Bowser. By the way, my Koopa Bros, about the captured Star Spirit I've locked up in your fortress. Who's guarding him right now? Nobody, sir. You know, we're here and so... I'll name the carving Jordan because Captain Sparkles. To be honest, I wasn't even thinking of Captain Sparkles until I said Sparkles and then thought Captain Sparkles, yes. To be honest, I just say random words and see if they stick. You idiots, use your heads, get back to the fortress and guard that star spirit. Oh, there they go. Our streamer changing the world with random stuff. I don't know if I'm like changing the world. I don't know if I can do that quite yet. But glad you're having fun. Whee! Treasure. Treasure. Ooh, hammer throw. Nice. Where did you come from? Who are you? Okay, that's like 2. Gotcha. Back in Toad Town. Mario, I'm so glad you're okay. The town is in uproar. The princess kidnapped. The very castle uprooted. I don't know what that word means. I don't know about what we can do about all this. Please, Mario, save Her Highness. No, I think I just do like a bunch of different side quests. Anyway, I'm gonna go back home now. Bye-bye! Forgot I had some more. Yeah, I'm not gonna have Politoad and Arcanine. That's hard to say. I'm tempted to say that you should name Arcanine Floof because I know Arcanine is just very, very floofy. Mario! It's you! Good to see you! You're still possessed? Down with the non-believers. Yep, still possessed. And glad you're alright. After all that castle craziness, I was worried about you. I'm a bit more offended. Just mother, how dare you? How could you? It is done. The Arcanine is now named Floof. Wicked. Wicked. Rainside just as earthquake started, so I managed to escape in time. That's fair. Good on you, Luigi. Are we getting Luigi? I hope. I don't think so, but I can hope. I can hope. Oh, and who are you? I'm Gambario. Nice to meet you. I see. Great. Just great. We're on an exciting adventure with Mario. Talk about unfair. See, someone has to look after this house, so I can't leave. Oh well. take care of Mario, okay? Oh. Good luck, Mario. You just have to save that princess. I feel bad. I think Luigi should have reacted by instinctively jumping on him. Would have been hilarious. It would have. It would have been really funny.
Just yeah.
It would have been really funny. Mario gets top bunk. Okay, these beds look like slightly comfy. I think the blankets look comfy though. Blankets are looking very comfy. Whee! Anything in here? Mailbox? Nothing in the mailbox. I'm just gonna shake him more violently. Blankets are the only comfy thing in this place. So true. 100%. Okay, so done. Ikadibba. Oh, what would you name an overgrown dragonfly and a weird looking frog? To be honest, I would probably name the frog just Sir Hops a lot. Just because. Let's see. What else? The overgrown dragonfly. Not a clue. I don't know about the limited 12 letters. Aww. That's no fun. Toad Underground news. I'm scribbling on the back of the notice board. How naughty. Red Mario was defeated by a Bowser. How ominous. A gossip-loving Toad. What about Hopperson? Hold on. Hopperson. You could do Hopperson. We're looking frog Francis. Francis is also a very good name. Also, geez. Castle is no longer here. Castle was just uprooted. Hopperson? Yep. No idea why though. Let's see if we go this way. Ah! A star has fallen. Another star has fallen. So many stars are falling. Oh no. Oh no. Panic. Panic. Sky is falling. Panic. Panic. Going with Francisca because Frog is female. That's fair. It is very, very fair. Also, I'm gonna show you guys one of my favorite character designs. Oh no, it's not this game. Never mind. Hey, Francisca. Very nice. Empty. Small child. Let's see. Nah, I'm good. You got their hopes up, then just crushed them. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thought it was a different one, but no, I forgot it's this game. Not the 1,000-Year Door. Oh well. We go up. Now for the dragonfly. What are you gonna name for the dragonfly? I'm gonna go this way. I cannot go that way. Also, there's just a star there. Also, geez, there are so many stars just falling. I'm pretty sure it's like some sort of like natural disaster thing. Star piece. A yoink? Mine now, thank you. Red Team Rocket. I feel like recommended this Pokemon movies where Team Rocket are on a flight and Mega Flying Machine. What movie was that? I don't. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Okay, because I don't remember that movie. I don't think I've seen it. Or at the very least, I only saw like bits and pieces of it. Not many, though. Also, I find it funny that the ghost star is just kind of following me. He knows. He knows. He knows. He knows too much. He must perish. Cornea because of the city? Yeah. I think that's the words. I think that'd be a good name. Oh, silence. Welcome, Mario. We've been waiting for you. I still like the pink star better. Bah. They're the 7 star spirits. Our job is to grant the wishes of good people from our home in Star Haven, a place high beyond the sky. We're going to tell you something incredibly important. Please listen carefully. 22 Cornelius Cosmeal. Yeah, that's right, that's fair. Still a good name. The other day, Bowser. Yep, they stole the thing. Stole a powerful thing. Stole, yep, just a powerful thing. Also, I can't tell if that star right there has a mustache or is just scared. I think I have a cold. I was complaining about it on Discord, then I realized my tests were right underneath the picture of my sleeping setup from yesterday. Pillow on the floor over a blanket. I mean that's fair. Yeah, hold on. I gotta move. Yeah. Alright, I'm good. Mustache, they do not have mouths. I don't know, they look like it looks like either like a mustache or a mouth. I named the roaring wheel got via trade Palkia Repel. Nice. Palkia Repellent. Mouthstache? Maybe? Mayhaps? I don't know. I don't have a single clue. Moustache. Moustache, mouthstache. You know strength is fading. Help about Bowser's followers in some places throughout the Mushroom Kingdom. Please, Mara, first of all, you must rescue us. Rescue us before the princess. Forget about the princess. She's having a good old spa day. Save us instead. We're trapped in cards. Princess is having a good time. Help us instead. Please, Mario. You lost hope. Wah. Oh. Alright, I guess we save and continue. Sniffle. Mara's probably hurt. Everyone's in prison. The Mushroom Kingdom will be destroyed if things continue the way they're going. Something must be done. If only somebody could help me. If only the power of friendship could help. Oh, it's Bowser. Do you think he might help? Gwahahaha. My dear Princess Peach. How are you doing this fine day? She's living the life in this comfy castle room. Dude, I know, right? You know, if there was like a really good like streaming slash gaming setup, I would definitely just want to live in this room. Plus, she also has her own bathroom too. Bathroom slash closet. Like, whoa, I want that room. No use waiting for. It's no use waiting for Mario this time, my dear. We're so high above the sky right now. Even Mario doesn't have a chance of reaching us up here. You know, princess, as long as I have this star rod, no one in the Mushroom Kingdom can touch me. Creepiest thing are the clothes in the back. Yeah. I know they're just the same dress for any occasion, apparently. You know, the power that grants everyone's wishes, it's mine. Isn't that just wonderful? Why does he have her size? The thing is, I'm pretty sure it's that those are her dresses because this is her room after all. Just like in general, like this is her room. This is her room in her castle. So if anything, I'm just wondering why Princess Peach has the same dress. Like, and only the one dress. Yeah, they're still in her castle. E. E. Like, even though Bowser has his own castle. Oh. Ah. Even though Bowser has his own castle, like, underneath her castle, they're still gonna use, like, the other cast rooms and everything. Yeah, no, 100%. The dress is still the problem. Why is it the same? Why are they not different? What the heck? What the heck? Oh, how delightful. They deserve it for they treated us Koopas over the years. Oh, exactly. Just get a new dress. I'm pretty sure she'd be able to afford it. Just get a new dress. New dress, please. I beg. If you know, want anything, all you need to do is ask me, princess. I can grant wishes. Of course, I'll only grant requests I like. Anyway, think about it. White, red. Should I go with the fire power up? Oh no, 100%! Yee, she's really good with that. Like, she needs to just expand. Expand the wardrobe. More clothes. You can definitely afford it. You take care, Princess Peach. Enjoy your stay here. You watch yourself, princess. You better not cause trouble. Oh, please. If only somebody could help me. There's someone at the window. There's someone at the window. Someone's at the window. It's a small star. Oh, so is that her bed? I want that bed. That looks like a comfy bed. You're adorable and I love you. Hello, Princess Peach. Pleased to meet you. My name is Twink. Oh God, I thought you meant your window. It got so weird for a second. Oh no, sorry about that. I probably should have specified. My bad. I should have specified. I'm sorry. Ugh, ow. Let's get saying game window sounds lame. That's fair. Tis very fair. Also, I think it's more like just glass doors. But you're a Star Kid, aren't you? How'd you get here? I came from Star Haven to grant your wish. It's our job to grant wishes, you know? I want that bed. That looks like such a comfy bed. I could just have a light coma. Just in that bed. Oh, you came because I wish that somebody could help me. Yes, of course.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much for coming. Here's my wish.
You know, just light comas, beloved. Beloved light comas.
Go right now and take that star rod back from Bowser, okay? Think you can do it?
Giving just the hardest wish to just a teeny tiny itty bitty star kid. He is itty bitty. And in one of the Mario games, thinking help by star being seems to be a running theme. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. If not just a star being, just some sort of the mystical being that is otherworldly at least. Or just getting like star-shaped objects. Maybe one of the honorable star spirits from Starhaven could grant wish like that. I'm so sorry. Please ask for something easy. Something a small star can do. Yep, yeah, Princess Peach. Make an easier wish. And can you take me away from here? Everybody in my castle has been captured and I have to save them all as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't grant that wish either, I'm afraid. Again, small itty bitty star kid does not have a lot of strength. Not a lot of strength. Actually, I just called up to this guy a day ago, so I can't do big wishes yet. If I were a more splendid star, maybe I could actually help. It's alright, don't be sad, Twink. I thought for a second that she said don't be a sad, Twink. Question? Yeah, what's up? What? You think you can find Mario? I want you to give... I see the delay caught up. I want you to give this to him.
Ooh, what's that?
A lucky star. Okay, I'll do it, Princess Peach. I'll fly to Mushroom Kingdom as quick as I can. Oh wait, Twink, 1 second. Can you also? Please tell Mario that. I'm fine and he shouldn't worry. Okay, can you tell him that? Would October have fall vibes if it wasn't for Halloween? I've asked her before, but I'd like to see your opinions. Oh, like as a name. Oh, just like, only as October. Either way, yes. If there wasn't the words. Even if there wasn't Halloween, I would still definitely see October as having fall vibes and everything, because October is when stars, yep, trees and everything lose their colors and have like the yellow, red, and orange in their leaves and everything. And it would still be my favorite season. I love fall so much. Don't despair, I'll be back soon. So stay safe until I return. Burner, burner. Mario, where are you? I must go out to this balcony and just be forlorn. I don't know if that's the right word at all, but I must be just in despair. Akira said October is the most fall-sounding name ever. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, even without like Halloween and everything, October is still very much just fall. Whoop! Run away from the falling stars. running away from the falling stars. Bonk. Got bonked on the head by a star child. Oh, sorry, so sorry. I'm in a huge hurry. Oh no, it's Princess. Whoops. Oh, you're Mario, aren't you? Like the stars, I found you. How do you do? I'm Twink. Brenda's speech asked me to bring something to you. Yes, here it is. Where are you looking for it? Do you just have like a interdimensional storage? And if you do, can I have it? Here it is. Take it. Who chose the name of this child, please? I don't know. I don't know. I still think it's... I don't know, but it's really funny. Hard to say. Lucky star. Let's use the action command. Finally, more damage. No. 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 Oh! Okay. Great! I don't even have to explain. Alright. Yep, sounds good. Alright. Yeah. Uh-huh. Alright, yeah. Once you understand how to use the action properly, you'll be even more powerful. Oh. The small child was followed by an enemy. It can't be. Were you following me? What a foolish star kid. I knew that if I followed you, I'd find Mario. Do you just do that for like all the star kids, or did you just so happen to see the star kid fly out of Princess Peach's room? I have questions. Do you have a habit of following star children? If so, I think I need to call the cops. If I defeat Mario right now, I'd be famous. That sounds very morally ambiguous. It does. Absolutely. That's what Kim Kula, she'll show me praise, she'll give me a raise. You're getting paid? Hold on, you're getting paid? Heyo. I love the little stars. Alright, hold on. Wait. I didn't know that. Apparently the Bowser troops are getting paid. Are we getting paid? Are we getting paid? Wait, we possess Mario. Would we get paid or would Mario get paid? Ooh, tough question. I don't know. Oh, technically, since we're possessing Mario right now, we can just very simply take the money and then just give none of it to Mario. Let me guess, you're getting paid in exposure. I hope not. If that's the case, I will have no qualms stealing from Mario. King Pain experience. Yep, just experience. Yep. I'm definitely stealing from Mario. No one's stopping me. If that's the case, there's gonna be a boiling riot and a half. Yep. Absolutely. And poor Mario will have to deal with the consequences. I even remember. You know, that's hard to say. I don't know. Would he? Would he remember? I don't know. Well done, Mario. You're strong as they say. I think he might remember like small moments and everything, but I don't think he would fully remember. Maybe. Would he even want to remember? If he could understand voidlings, I don't think he would want to remember. Because who knows? Maybe we speak a different language from them. I don't know. Maybe Mario just doesn't understand the language that we speak. I don't know. Hard to say. I don't know. Luigi being like, why did you leave me? Why did you leave me behind in your adventure? What adventure? What happened? There was an adventure? What happened? No, the last thing Mario remembers is Luigi going out to get the mail. And then that's it, nothing else. He remembers going to the castle, and then nothing. The second he enters the castle, mind blank, no memories. After entering Bowser's body, 1% should be that weird. So no. Will do. Alright, sounds good. Alright. Yep. Why is someone sleeping over in my house? Wow, pretty city. Look at this house. It has a spinning roof. That shouldn't be possible. That face seems very familiar. Oh, maybe. No. Yes, it must be. You're Mario. I'm waiting for you. You should have come earlier. Oh, you're here now. Come in. Inside the house we go. With a spinning roof. Where to begin? My name is Merlin. I'm a wizard. You're a wizard, Ari. You're a wizard, Merlin. An oracle came to me. Very concerned. Oh no. Things must speak. It's a very long story. Oh no. So great. If and I standing face to face. Then the far away. The PS was raised me up. Was amazing. I was still so young then. I believed in, but our hearts were. He's clearly a wizard. You know, just very clearly a wizard. You know, to see just how he wears just a very, very fancy cloak. And then, so. And that is all that matters. Huh? Hey! Mario, were you listening to me? Yep, absolutely. Oh, alright. So anyways, that is why I'm able to help you. If you get lost during your adventure, you can come to me. And below 100 someday. You got this, UA. Level 100, here you come. Toads. Hey Toads, can we pass? I don't think they're gonna move. Uh-oh, news. Got more news. I just realized how the inside of his house is like a tent. But I was about to go, why do they look evil? Then I remembered about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yep. Yep, it is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in human form. These cute ordinary toads. They do look adorable though. I like them. Whoa, where'd the lightning come from? Also, hey yo, the good music's back. Let's go. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have returned. Sure, the Koopa Bros. How'd you guess it was us? We were perfectly disguised. Shucks. Black, yellow, green. We retreat. For now. Yeah, the silly music. I'm just gonna let this go on for a little bit longer. Alright, that's enough. Those imposters were none other than the Koopa Bros. We must pursue them to their hideout, the Koopa Bros Fortress. Oh Mario, there's one part of fortune I haven't revealed. You need help from a blue-shelled Koopa. Alright. Blue-shelled Koopa, here we go. And now we start the first chapter. After almost 3 hours, we finally begin Chapter 1. Whoop. Hey, you have glasses. Give me your glasses, I want them. Oh, I am on low HP. Whoopsies. Gonna burn around. Alright, probably gonna do this guy. We were still in the prologue? Apparently. Apparently. He's just a little emo boy. Just a little guy. Yep, just very good at speedrunning. Yep. I know how to speedrun this game. Yep. No. I don't know how to speedrun. I'm pretty sure if I tried to speedrun this game, it would just be too much for my brain. I don't think I've even looked at like what the different speedrun stuff would be. There we go. No more for you. And goodbye. After almost 3 hours of stopping again to make silly jokes. But to be fair, silly jokes are fun. Wow. Ah, a bonk. In my defense, silly jokes are very fun. Whoop. There we go. Ooh, ooh, a power up. Mine now. Another power up. Nice. Whoop. Or not. Alright. Fine. I feel a little bit bad just knocking them on their back. Sorry, dudes. But it must be done. It must be done. I apologize. Like squashing an upside down bug. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. It must be done. Oh, hey! A switch! Surely no other fortress will suddenly just, you know, disappear and suddenly a bridge will be here, right? It's really no bridge? No fortress? Oh. There was a hidden bridge. Don't know how this is possible, but okay. Yo, cozy time. I feel a little bit bad for disturbing that guy's slumber. Sorry, dude. My bad. The hammer. I don't want to step on the spike. Spikes are not good to step on. This is a life lesson number, not a clue. Spikes are not good to step on. Be sure to remember that. Be sure to remember that, guys. Spikes are not good to step on. I want that. yeah, life lessons with streamer. Spikes are not good to step on. They hurt your feet. They are just not good. No, no, no. Yep, 100%. Spikes are ouch. So avoid stepping them. Much like Legos. Do not step on Legos. They're also very ouch. I have yet to understand why, but they are very painful. Just be careful when stepping on them. Not fun, not fun. No, no, no. Oh! Oh. Hey guys, I have a question. Did you ever know about like this little secret right here? Plasting it and basically have spikes. Yeah, that is true. It's very small. Yeah, no, they're just not fun. Yeah. Did you never know that? You just spin around this guy. Ah!
Boo.
Hello, Carrie. Oh, jeez. Thank you for the 27 months, even though you don't have to continue. But thank you. Whoa, chat 10 away. Whoa. But hello, Carrie. I hope you're doing good. I'm legally obligated to, actually. From who? From what court? I'm confused. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Like evade our taxes? No, do not evade taxes. For that, I must be responsible and say do not avoid your taxes. I must be responsible, do not evade the taxes, that is not good. No, no, no. Met Jim. Hey! Jim. Do not step on spikes and Lego because they ouch. Yep. 100%. Another advice was to kill everything that is defenseless. No, 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 do not. If they just do not harm anything that is defenseless. And be careful not to just put yourself in a place where that could happen. Steal money, start a revolution if you're an underpaid hero. Oh, that I'm pretty sure you just got from an anime. I tried to pet a spider, my sister kicked my hand away. Oh, why'd she do that? Why'd she kick your hand away? You just want to pet a little spider. I know that I personally don't like spiders. That's not okay to kick people for it. Huh? I'm confused. Yeah, just learning so much today. Oh, I find that something is going down in this town. Just like spiders, and the spider was on the door of the gym. Oh, okay. How did you make that image with your mouth? Tell me your secrets. I wish to learn this secret. A special skill. Mean guys. Oh! Stupid Fuzzy, get back here with my shell! Return the shell! Just imagine his mouth just goes. Honestly, probably. It would 100% just be that. Also, and now we learned that at least in Koopas, their shell is not attached to their body. Carrie, you okay? Carrie, everything okay? Thank you, Mario. I owe you one. Talk about embarrassing. Be sure to keep your shell. Well, watch your overalls. That's fair. What if I just like kind of stay right here? Ah. Okay, no, I can't get them. Oh well. It's the end of the lesson for today. Give your enemies weapons to kill you. How about no? How about just no murder? Need a second whiteboard. Oh no. Just a whiteboard just full of... Oh hey! I'll be that guy. For life advice from Vale. I don't know if that'd be a good idea, but okay. Whoa! Leaf. Leaf. I'm gonna ignore that house over there. I don't think I can get that guy yet until I have... What if I do this? And then I do this. How do I get that guy? Let's go in that house. I don't know. Hard to say.
Koopas aren't naked. Another show assignment that Bowser is called to. Probably. Most likely. Yeah, probably. Mjork.
Why is every villain a Mario fan? Not a clue, but it's really funny. Oh, fuzzies. Oh no. Nope. 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 I go this way. I go this way. I go this way. I don't think the fuzzies are a Mario fan. I'll be completely honest.
Mjork. Mjork. Come get it if you can. Yeah.
Oh. Alright. Alright guys, follow the blue shell. Following the blue shell. Blue shell. Alright. Did we see which one it was? I think it was this one. This one? Taking him left? But I'm enjoying the music. Bread has been appeased. A bush? I should definitely try a bush. I'm gonna try a bush next time. That was just a warm-up. Mjork, guess where I'm hiding. Alright, gonna go a little bit faster. He probably didn't go in that one, did he? I don't know. I don't know, it'd be a little bit too silly. But if I was silly, I would do the same one. We're gonna see if he's also silly. He's also silly. He's just a silly little guy. I know. Gary, did you get attacked by a bird? You okay, Gary? Everything okay, Gary? Did you get attacked by a bird? Let's see, which one will it be? I want to say it's the same one again. I really want to say it's the same one again. I was going a little bit too fast. Attacked by the bird. Oh, the bird. Now, is he silly enough to do the same one again? Let's see. He is very silly. He is a very silly lad. Take the stupid shell. I won't be anymore, I promise. Maybe. Do the fuzzies just live in the forest? This guy's my spiritual animal. I don't think he's an animal. And I don't think he's an animal either. He's just like a ball of fuzz, I think. Oh, I have no choice but to give the shell back. Darn. Darn! Oh well. An idea. This is what I from Ghibli. Yeah, they do. Just more mischief makers. Like they're just little guys. Itty bitty guys. Itty bitty teeny tiny. Just realized. I'm also gonna have to write that down too. Looking for Professor Colorado. Ever since I was in my egg. Oh shoot, I didn't... there was an option to say don't take. It would have been really funny to do that option. Shoot.
Ah, shoot. Shoot. Ah.
How do I go back? I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back. Hold on. I can't go back. Shoot.
Ah.
I must our streamer be lame. I didn't realize. I'm sorry.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Changed my mind. How about a fight? Oh. Okay then. I guess. Hold on. How much HP do you have? How much HP? Let me see. 3 HP. With this guy's electric. Yes and no? Right now, these are just the normal. Bzz. Ah, there we go. Okay. Shoot. New York. Burn, 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 burn. Okay, that went to Cooper. I can't get the timing right. Bruh.
Ah.
Bruh.
Ah.
Minus 2 hours. Go play the 12-hour stream. Oh no, you're good, you're good. Oh yeah! 2 more hours. 2 more hours and then no more stream. And then no more stream. No more. You're way more interested last time. Yay! I wonder why. Ooh, very lucky. I wonder why I'm more energized this time around. Huh. I remember when he went through the game Life is Slay, chat wasn't any better. Yeah, no, at that point it was just... everyone was just... blech. Blech. Ah, water time. Bleh. Oh no, no more shrimp. Water. Very nice, very nice. Aha! A badge. Hold on. I must have a straight spine. My spine must be the only straight thing about me. Yes, yes. Oh, hey, got your shell back. Nice. Star piece. Give me the star piece. Give me the star piece. Give. Thank you. Oh, hey, old man Koopa. Oh, welcome, young Villa. The elder of the Koopa village. Folks call me Koopa Koot. Oh, do you a favor? Yeah, what's up? Don't need to ask for favors. Could you borrow the book Koopa Legends from Colorado? Yeah. I can get you a simple book. I give book. I give book. I think I left Cooper just outside. Oh no! Ah, there he is. He teleported. Oh, Kubakut. Cause he's no coot. Yep. He's so mad. He was left outside. My cat is still sleeping. You know, cat, you're going for a very long cat nap. Silly thing. Whoa! One whole coin! Whoa! Another favor? Yeah, what's up? What's this? Sleepy sheep. Do I have one? I do have one. I have 2 sleepy sheep. Whoa! Another coin! Just one entire coin! Whoa! I also don't know why, but the coin just seems like it'd be just very, very munchy. Do you ever wonder why every old character is just excessively old? A little bit. I think it just might be, ooh, a plate thing. Yes, please. Chocolate coin. Yeah, no, it looks very crunchy. You could just like take a giant bite out of it. No, I think they just have old characters be excessively old just for the fun of it. I think.
Ah!
I'm so on time, yippee. So on time.
Yep, very on time. Hello, Tat. I hope you're doing good. I still don't know why it says just. I don't know why it says your old username still. Eh. Bee. Hello, Tat. Hope you're doing good. Now, I know that this bed is supposed to look like very comfy and everything, but it still just doesn't look comfy at all. It just doesn't. It doesn't look very comfy. I shall now be free from the potatoes. Unfortunately, I will try. Hold on. Making another post-it note. Hold on. So that post-it note's gonna go right there, and then I do another post-it. Figure out Streamlabs username thing. Okay. Another post-it. Wait, was there a mushroom shelf? Oh, that's adorable! Looks like there's like a whole bunch of like different teas and everything too. I want that. That is adorable and I want it. That is so cute. That is so cute. I love it. Mushroom house is a dream. Yeah. It'd be awesome just to have like a little mushroom house. So I was looking at my cat. Ow. Head. Just like a little comfy mushroom house. Little comfy mushroom house. There we go. Oh wow! These coins are not suspicious at all. Oh no! Wicked. Ah. Oh jeez. I am having a hiccup attack. What is this? Ah. Yeah, what's up, Clay? What's up, what's up? Ah. Sugar should help with the hiccups. Ooh, does it? Awesome, I'm gonna take more caffeine then. Oh, that one hurt. Ouch. I apologize for anyone's ears. Oh jeez. Alright, hold on. Blech. Ah. Oh, that didn't help. The caffeine that I have just didn't help at all. Wow. Thunderbolt. Oh jeez. Ah.
Eh.
Eh. Yo, can you stop? I'm trying to make dinner. Sorry. Apologies, Carrie. My hiccups are not fun. Hiccups are not good. I apologize. Ugh. I'll try to make them stop though, just for you. Just for you. Oh, that made me slightly lightheaded. Ah, I was holding my breath. Oh, that made me very lightheaded. Ouch. I know, right? I should try to control my body better. I apologize. Yep. Hmm. I know that I can change. That's spin. That's that. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. So it's ZR and then those. Okay. So then it's... No? Bruh, what the heck? Aha! I'm figuring things out. It's all good. Oh, I got hit. I got hit. Oh no. I'm not gonna lie, I can't wait for snow. I want snow. Ah! Can't hurt me. There we go. They're on the ground now. They wiggle on the ground. No more for you. Haha. L. There's that. And then another one. Also, I think my hiccups are gone now. Hiccups are gone now, that's good. Just had to make myself lightheaded for a bit there. That's all good, we good. All good, all good. Ooh, very close to leveling up. Gonna get more HP. Ooh! No! Fine. I'll get rid of this one. Goodbye. Gonna bonk them all. Hello. Sure, I guess that works. I suppose. Alright. Definitely not a little bit salty. Definitely not. Alright. Ah. Death. Me all dead. There we go. Level up. Ah, 10 more. Ah. Oop, there we go. Ooh, a star piece. Lovely. Bruh. Let me hit you. Ah. Speedruns are not easy. No, they're really not. There we go. You know, speedruns to me just seem stressful because there's a lot of things that you have to do, like, shoot. How do I do that one? Oh well. Yeah, this is a silly little game. It's a silly game but a good game. I like it. It's a silly and old game. There we go. It's a silly little game. Level up. Level up! Could be the HP. Why not? It's a silly old game. It's very lovely. I see a pipe. Oh, convenient. It's a silly little game. Oh. Oh, a fortress. Whoa. Oh, hey. Convenient save. Burner, burner. Seeing you level up is always a sign after watching a pig bug fable. I have no clue what you mean. Oh hey, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle! Hello, which one are you? Red Koopa! I have no clue what you mean. Not a single clue. Not a clue. Eepy. Pat pat pat. It's okay, Tat. Pat pat pat. Pat the tat. Flap. Right here. Hello. Ah. L. Ooh, that is a bomb. I see. No. Eepy cozy. Cozy and eepy. Bomb. Oh, whoops. Those made me get eepy so early on. Yeah, that happens. It happens. Pat pat pat. Pat pat pat. Question. The no caffeine streams was an excuse to make you see how future us fellas feel watching your streams. Oh, I am sorry. I have seen the ways. Pat pat pat. I'm sorry. I tried to aim for like a good time, but like noon 1 o'clock ish is like the only time that's good for me to start. I can't do any earlier, I'm sorry. I'm actually pretty happy with this time you stream now. Hey, that's good. Hey, glad to hear that. Hey. Is there yeah, no, that's fair. An F4am, that's fair. Yeah, I try to avoid the 4am one. Ooh, a key! Lovely. Thank you. I go in the door. For me, it doesn't last about as long as stream isn't at like 3. Yeah, that's always fair. That's fair too. It's very, very fair. Yes, yes. As long as you have like some energy and not too sleepy. Very sleepy. The little shaking finger he does is so cute. He's such a cutie patootie. Oh, Mario. With little just not You thought you didn't get me yet. You did not get me. Ha ha ha. It has a few different screens. Just like hat tip. Why is so much of this text censored? Oh, with the captions. Hard to say, I have no idea. What is Twitch doing? Twitch, what are you doing?
What are you doing, Twitch?
No, I just had a thought. A key! You were talking about me? Audio, you don't try any. You'll still never find your way through this fortress. It looks like there might be some fighting here. How exciting! See ya!
Best.
Best boy. Oh, no stomach cramps all day. Oh, those were not good. If you can, I know that a warm compress, like anything warm, helps stomach cramps and everything. Might be good to get those. Bruh. I jumped on you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Bruh. Disconnection from your mortal body sure also help with stomach cramps. Yep. You know, just a little bit of disconnect. It's all good. But I'm decently used to this. I'm just kind of okay then. Yeah. Tis fair. Tis fair. Ah. L. Ah. Whoop! No, no, no! Don't do anything. No, no, no. There we go. Don't do nothing. Burn. Hee hee. Oh? A little secret I see. Oh boy. That's definitely quite a bit there. I see. Ah. Oh. I got exploded. Hot water ball. Yeah. You shake that finger. Do that little wag. Does someone can also go this way? Yes, very good. I go this way. Haha. Big boom. Whoop! Ah. L. Suffer. You thought you got me, but you didn't. Thought you got me, but you didn't. Ha. Oh, but like, you got me there. I guess. Yeah. Big boom. They're so mad. They're just so mad. Oh, not anymore. They've gone boom. Burn a brain. I was just looking at something funny. Ooh, there's another key in here. I can't get them. How sad. Oh, yes. Yes. Hello. How are ya? How's it going? How you doing? How's it going? Oh. Ah. That might be a little bit of an issue. Flip side, I hope you're doing well. Fortunately, they can access Twitch more. You know, it's all good. Tell them I say hi as well, and I hope they're doing good. I think they will let you drop by. Yeah. I hope they're doing good as well. It's very fair. Hopefully they get access back soon. I hope they're doing a good.
Ah. 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 There's that one. Aha.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the little, just very just crudely drawn staircase in the back. It's amazing. It's too bad that I can't stop thinking about that's in your door. I really cannot stop thinking about that's in your door. I need help. Help me. I would play it on my GameCube if I could hook it up and everything. And I don't think my computer would like that. Ooh, a switch! I think up here. No, not really. Really nothing bad can happen. You're looking at that door again. I am. I can't help it. It's like one of my favorite games of all time. I love it. Nothing serious, Deja Vu. You all good, Tat? All good, Tat? Everything okay? Mushroom. Wicked. All good? Wicked. Oh. I don't know how this is possible. How's that possible? Not a clue. Don't know how the doors just jumped. I blame the physics. Blame the physics of this world. Question about this game? That's fair. Can't tell my potatoes are over or undercooked. If they're still like a little bit crunchy, they're undercooked. If they're like extremely mushy, then I think that would count as overcooked. I think. Zach saying that just hasn't happened, kinda. Oh yeah. Just drop the container holding the potatoes into mayo. Ooh! Why would you do that? Huh? Confusion. Help. Why would you drop them into mayo? Why would you drop it into mayo? That just doesn't seem like a good idea. I'm confused. It was hot. Oh jeez. Okay, I know that's fair. I know that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Towels. Hi, cat. I see you. Just flabbergasted by food. By food being dropped. Food go on the floor. Or in this case, just not floor, just mayo container. Flops, nope, my roommate's cat. He was just kinda here. Flops is still asleep. She has been asleep for the past 3 hours and 30 minutes now. She's really going into a deep cat sleep. As she should. Exactly. I know that this morning she just would not let me get up. She just had to stay in my lap and had to use my arm as a pillow. And the most relatable cat. The most debased cat. I think I actually posted a photo of what she was doing this morning before I went live on my Twitter. You can see just how she uses me just as both a pillow and a bed. What I find funny about my cat as well is the fact that I don't think she likes my tattoo on my arm. Because or at least she thinks that it's dirt, or like some sort of dirt. Because whenever she's awake and I just have my arm just kind of laying next to her, she will look at the tattoo continuously as if trying to get it off my arm. And I'm just sitting here like, no, cat. The cat, you're adorable, but no. Oh, question, Carrie, did you know that you could do this too? No more fire. Only coins. Give me just one moment. I think my roommate's cat is trying to eat plastic. I'll be right back.
I keep getting the song biggering from like the Lorax, the one not used, stuck in my head.
Alright, I'm back. There we go. Also, if chicken is still pink, absolutely put it back into the oven. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty cat. Did I wake you? Go back to sleep. You're okay. Sleepy little blinks. Alright, hold on. Nah, just gotta get rid of this fire. Ow. Or maybe the fire will just get rid of me, I guess. More coins. Give me the coins, thank you. I would never eat like pink chicken. However, one thing I would absolutely eat is raw cookie dough. Because that is so good. It's very tasty. I recommend eating cookie dough. So long as there's like no raw eggs in it. That is the only time I will say. Oh, they're in prison. Huh, I wonder if we'll get a new partner. I wonder. I don't know. Eat raw yolks. I don't know if that'd be a good idea. I don't know if that'd be a good idea to eat raw yolks, but then again, I also tend to drink eggnog whenever I'm able to. Eggnog is just superior. I like eggnog. I would absolutely just have eggnog. I love eggnog so much. Used to eat frozen food. Extra out of the freezer. I know that I would do that with waffles and toaster strudels. Quiet Veil drinking alcohol? Not clickbait, real. Oh. Blasphemy. I should probably do a drinking stream. Drunk stream 1. Drunk stream 1? Hello? Oh, there we go. The shot stream. Oh no. Oh no. I'm getting an idea. I'm getting an idea, and I don't think it's a good idea. I'm gonna have to write it down. A frozen chocolate muffins all the time. That actually sounds really good. Alcohol mocked. No. Alcohol makes not get empty. Yeah. I try to take, and it can't be judged for drinking whenever I want. I can't wait to do shots games during your streams. Oh no, Carrie. I beg of you, do not tell us. Maybe. You get alcohol poisoning, Carrie, please don't. How would you get alcohol poisoning doing a shots game to one of my streams? I worry now. Yeah, dishwasher water, that's better. Yes, yes, yes. Shots of water is a lot better. You can also do just like the bingo game as well. Or just like a bingo. Make a bingo game. Ignoring the lore. I ignore the lore. If you help us, I promise to return the favor. Yes. Cool. How did you do the heart emoji with your mouth? Tell me. Tell me your secrets. Tell me your secrets. Tell me your secrets. There we go. This kind of shit's in my blood. Yeah, that's fair. As long as you're drinking legally, or at least under the supervision of a guardian, it's all good. Because I know that I can't say anything when, where I am. As long as you're drinking under the supervision of a guardian, it's all good. Well, I ever drank cocktails before, but they were so good. I've only really drank wine coolers and had like sips of like alcoholic milkshakes. Those are actually pretty good. If anything, it's just usually just a choice. Burner, burner, burner. Mario, everyone get him!
Get him. Get him.
Get him! Bruh. Bruh. Yeah, that was... I don't think I've ever tried whiskey. It just doesn't seem very good. There we go. Oh. Well, bomb can't move. Oh well. Burn, 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 burn. It tastes very bad, but you don't drink it because... But you drink because you're feeling sad and edgy. Yeah, that sums up whiskey very well. It sums up whiskey very, very well, to be honest. Burner, burner, burner. Whoa! Spinning around. Burn. Burn. Yeah, just a small little glass. And you sip it while you're brooding. Never had alcohol. Smile. Eh, alcohol is really the only thing you... Only really do it if you want. Only really drink it if you actually, like, want to. Also, hello Izzy! I hope you're doing good! Hope you're doing good, Izzy! Whap, 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 whap. Whoop! I didn't even see that one. Whoops. No, that's fair. I like the taste of green tips that much. That's fair, that's fair. Doing pretty good. Just kinda hanging out while playing video game. Oh, that reminds me. I don't know if everyone was here during the beginning of stream, but I will say this just in case. I am planning on doing the Mario Kart stream with the chat and everything either on Thursday or Saturday. Probably most likely gonna be Saturday, but I don't know. I don't know, maybe. Hard to say. Ooh, chicken! Go get the chicken! Carry the chicken! You must get the chicken! Oh, do I don't have it. Ah, shoot. Are you any good at Mario Kart streamer? We'll see. We'll see. Prefer Saturday. I'm busy on Thursday. Yeah, I was kind of thinking on Saturday because that's the more explode wicked. That seems to be a day when most people are available is on Saturday. I might, pretty sure I'm gonna do Saturday, but what do you mean? What do you mean? Busy on both days? Oh, it's okay, Izzy. Pat, pat, pat. Brown. Brown. I'm trying to think. I know that I could possibly stream for longer on Saturday if you'd be available more at like the end of the day, Izzy? Maybe? I do not know. I went the bomb. It's okay, Yui. Pat, pat, pat. Yeah, the bomb is pink. Yeah, maybe don't eat the raw chicken bits.
That's just not good. It's not good for the raw chicken bits. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
Who gave you raw chicken one time? Ugh. Who allowed that? Who allowed that, and are they fired? If not, fire them. Please have them fired. That just doesn't seem good. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. They're very bad at cooking. Ugh. Yeah, no, that's public school for you, I guess. And then this one. There we go. Living a very busy life recently. Hey. Busy tat. There goes another one. How lovely. Right on time, too. Wicked. Nice. Yippee. Eh. Either I'm gonna have to move because of the motorcycle, or the motorcycle guy's gonna have to move because of me. One of us is gonna move. It'll be someone. Not sure who. Explode. Will do. Boom. Burner, 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 burner. My cat is sleeping once more. A very eepy kitty. Eepy kitty cat. Oh hey, nice. How convenient. I wonder if I need to explode here. Let's see. I was right. Explosion. Wicked. Wee. I have a very weak kitty cat with me right now. Kitty cat! Itty bitty kitty cat. Oh, it's the itty bitty. City itty bitty kitty cat. Oh. What were they doing in the water? I'm confused. If I'm sick. Hey. Good night, Izzy. Good night. Hope you have a good sleep. Number 4. Wicked. Ah. You sleep well, Izzy. Speaking of floors, what is that? What do you mean? Question, what did you mean? Which one? Which one? Which one? We were talking about just... Oh, the stairs? Oh yeah, they're... yeah, they're just, yeah, they're just full of algae. They were in the water for a while, I guess. And it was just very, very mossy, very slippery stairs. Very, very slippery stairs. But it's with the skim and underground things emerging. Hard to say. I want to say it's because they think it looks cool. That's the only thing that I can really think of. They just thought it's cool and they figured out how to do that. So they're just like, hey, you know what? We're gonna do this multiple times. It's cool. That's the thing I can think of. Can't believe Bowser's a one-trick pony. Oh dude, I know, right? Hey, come on, just think of more things. Yeah, no, that's 100% just algae. I would not want to, like, jump up those stairs. That just seems to be, like, a very slippery thing. Oh, hey! A badge. Ah, shoot. Ooh. Yeah, just ouch. The drama in the chat. Ouch. More badge. Wicked. We go this way. Oh. Oh. The Koopa Bros. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has returned. Yeah, Raph is the leader in this universe. Who would then the others be? Would Michelangelo be the yellow one? And then there's green and black. Who would be who? I love them. They're very scrunk. Oh. Oh, the music. The music. Whoa. Jammin'. Jammin'. Yeah, I know, right? Such cool dudes. What? I got struck. I was struck by a smooth criminal. SMH. Meow. Ow, that hurt. What the heck? Whoop. Bap. Bap. There's so much going on. Ow. Pain and suffering. What the heck? On level Ninja for both mons. Yo! So close, Yue. You're so close. You got this. You got this, Yue. Whoa, whoa! That almost hit me. What the heck? I'm just gonna sit here for a bit and enjoy the music. There we go. What's Vale doing? I was just enjoying the music, to be honest. I was also, not really texting, more of asking, people some questions. Bill Blaster. Match HP 4, bruh. Ah. Hmm. There we go. It's going AFK while I eat dinner. Eat, all good. Enjoy your food. Maybe this one? Yeah, this'll work.
Hiyo.
Wop. I don't like that. Many things. Power shell. Yep. Ooh, nice. Very good, very good. Enjoy food, Gary. Probably could do just like another power shell, to be honest. There we go. Wicked. I have one. Aha. Oh, come on. It's like one away. Bruh. Look at that. Look at that. It's like I'm one away from leveling up before the big boss. Bruh. 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 SMH, what the heck? I'm annoyed. Ah.
He is so silly.
Which one are you talking about? The cat? Or the Bills? Or the Mario? Who is the silly? Who is the silly? Or would it be these guys up here? I see Mario through the door. Oh, there he goes. He was waiting. Everyone is silly. Mario. Agreed. Agreed. With every statement. His little shaking fingers like, nuh-uh. If it was possible, I'd want to get a shiny Zeraora for Gecko, but since that ain't possible, I went to Cinderace. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I think the shiny Zeraora was only for like a limited time. And you had to do like something to get it. I don't remember what though. Wait a minute. Whoa! Oh. You can move from other. Yeah, sounds good. Gonna act like that's in my mind. It just oh. Yeah. Ugh. That's something caught in my throat there. I couldn't mute in time, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh my god. That's Bowser. Gahaha! Been waiting for you, Mario. Bwahaha! The strongest and the coolest, behold the glory that is the great evil King Bowser. It's time for me to beat these foolish ideas out of you. Saving Peach? Please. Watch this and weep. Yep, definitely Bowser. How did Bowser get here? What's he doing? Oh, whoops. It's Bowser? 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 What's Bowser doing? Gahaha! I'm invincible! You are powerless before me! I want to see what Mario says to Bowser. Bowser? Bowser? It looks kinda lame. I mean, he's lame anyway, but eh. Does Bowser really look like this? I always imagine him looking, well, a lot scarier. Yeah, it's like the one Kirby game. It's like the Kirby. What's the matter with you? This isn't even funny. You can't even touch me. Yep, definitely. Uh-huh. Oh, I pressed A too early. Shoot. Gahaha! Oh, haha, you're so weak. Ho ho! I can't stop laughing. Mario thinks we're King Bowser. Shh! Mario will hear us! Yep. Absolutely. I think I'm gonna change to Mario. Ugh, you're so pathetic. You always this week. The sequel should be called Paper Bowser. Love the fourth wall breaking. Red, we've got rips in a lot of different places here. Forget about it. Mario's shaking his boots. Let's get him. Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely. Oh no. That costume was perfect. Bowser loved it. No. Did that shell have Peach? I think the shell had Princess Peach on it. Painted on it. Here comes the Koopa Bros. Oh, now we get the best music. The best music. Have a taste of this. Burr, burr, burr. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, burr, burr. Special attack. Super spinning attack. Ooh, that's like 4 HP. Ouch. That hurt. Whoa! We're going over! I love how they all move in sync. It's awesome. Green Ninja Koopa. Yep, Ninja Koopa. Definitely not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yellow Ninja Koopa. Really reminds me of Curry. Isn't that a weird thing to think of Middle Battle? You're so quirky. Silly quirky guy.
Ow. That hurt. What the heck? That hurt, man. What the heck? What the heck?
Bruh. Whoa, we're going over. Oh no. Oh, there goes green. Flag is pretty fashionable. I agree, very fashionable. I have no healing items. Whoopsies. Oh well. Probably should just get the red guy. He's the Koopa Bro leader. Pretty much just an armed Koopa though. Wicked. Sounds good. If you're minded of bug fables. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. It's fine. See, it's fine. It's all good. It's fine. Burner. Yikes!
I see.
Sounds good. Yep. What do you mean? I have done nothing. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Okay. It's all good. What do you mean? Everything is A-okay. Oh. Looks at 1 HP. Everything is A-okay. See, we beat the boss. We beat the chapter 1 boss. And look, I am fully healed. Everything is all good. The problem is that you've done nothing to level up and buying healing items. To be fair, I've beaten up every enemy that I've come across. It's not my fault. I won. Everything's fine. We're also just gonna get more HP for no particular reason at all. It's fine. Yeah, see, everything's all good. Hey. Hello. Somebody let us out of here. Also, that's adorable that Princess Peach is in Bowser's shell. Or just like a painting of Princess Peach. That is adorable. Why did the battle music sound like Team Dim Sum theme from Pokemon Ranger Shadows? Hard to say. I do not know. Whoa. You are the most lucky unlucky player I've ever seen. What do you mean? What do you mean? I managed to beat the boss. It's fine. It's fine. Whoa, a card. Can I blow it up? Ah, I can't blow it up. Sadness. I touched it with my nose. What do you mean they ask really passing the first world boss? I don't know what you mean. See, we got the end. We got to the end of the chapter. It's all good. Baby, real quick. Go get a drink. Yay! Sounds good. Enjoy the drink. Just go do face stuff. See you later. And so Mario and friends beat the Koopa Bros. Just barely, though. Oh no! At their fortress and rescued the first star spirit. Still, 6 star spirits remained imprisoned, and they must save them as quickly as they can. The future of the Mushroom Kingdom, Star Haven, and of course, Princess Peach, lies in the hands of Mario and his new friends, and also the Voidlings. We still don't know if they're good or not, but the fact that they're help it, I guess, means they're good. Your gameplay mentality is every barely passing through high school student. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Their adventure has just begun. Alright. And we're back with Princess Peach.
The princess.
It's okay. We still won. It's fine. And we're just using them to rule the world. Yep. Yep. We're using them to rule the world. You just have to get rid of Bowser first. And confirm this was me barely passing high school math. Oh dude, same. I hated math so much. I'm so glad that when I went to college, I instead was able to get into computer science and not just calculus. Cause no. I wonder what Mario's doing right now. I wonder if he's hurt. I'm so worried about him. It definitely was a bit hurt. Definitely was on like 1 HP, but it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
He'll be alright, princess. Why, I bet he's saving some star spirits right now.
This is me. My 550 turning into 6 out of pity.
Pet.
It's fine. And I'll just, ugh. Math. Ugh. I don't like math. I hope he's not hurt. Got to Mario dying on the floor on 1 HP. I have no idea what you mean. Not a single clue. There are a ton of guards just beyond your door. It's impossible for you to escape through the window. I mean, you could go out the window. However, it would be not good for your health, though. Oh, wait a minute. I remember the minister telling me that there was a secret passage out of this room. Just landed there like... There goes another bike. But remember, he's fine. Yeah, I know, just him lying face on the floor, just shakily holding up a thumbs up. Like, he's all good. Wah! Thank you, Carrie, for the 10 gifted. Not gonna lie. It kind of caught me off guard. Also, is your bank account okay? Is your bank account okay? Oh, I have to change the sub goal now. Thank you, Carrie, for the 10 gifted, even though you don't have to. Thank you. Alright, hold on. I'm just in slight shock right now. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Carrie. Even though you genuinely don't have to, like, gift or sub or anything. I enjoy just chatting and chilling with you guys. I suppose I should change the sub goal, huh? Yep, giant voidling. Let me change the sub goal real quick, at least. Oh, wait. Everything okay, Carrie? Please tell me that you... Carrie, everything okay? I'm worried now. Please. I resubbed today, right? Yes. Yes, you did. Yes. I am now worried. Next sub isn't until the 8th. Oh, I think that's... Oh, so... The thing with Twitch is... you have... like a day every month when, like, you first subbed and everything, but the sub message... the sub message that you can share with chat, it stays, like, all throughout the month. And I know that sometimes it can stack and everything. So that might be why you're a little bit confused. I think. I didn't have a pop-up at all last month. Hold on, let me look back real quick. During September. Oh, yes. Yeah, you shared the last one on the 5th. On the 5th of September last time. And then again today. You know, I think it's just Twitch just being really just weird right now. Just being just a little bit odd. You gave me a little bit of a heart attack, Carrie. I was really worried. Yeah, in the give... Wait, did Peach just fall asleep? I think Peach just fell asleep. You were taking too long. Also, you definitely caught me off guard. You're just a little snoozy. Little eepy. You're good, Carrie. No worries, no worries. Generally, though, thank you for the gifted. But I'm happy. I'm just here to chill and everything. You don't have to gift. It is okay. Pat. Which one should I focus on leveling first? I'm biased towards Cinderace, I won't lie. Wait, hold on. What should the next... Yeah, EB Peach. What should the next sub goal be? Maybe like 25? I think 25 might be good. Hold on. I think 25 should be good, I guess. Hold on, where is it? There's that. What do you mean by the way with giant voidling? Oh, hold on, let me set this real quick. One moment. Hold on. Settings, sub goal, set goal. Yeah, I would do like increments of 10, I guess. There we go. That just means that a friend of mine will be making like a giant voidling. Like, you know, the giant Alaskan bullworm from SpongeBob, where the worm is like bigger than the city and everything. And the little voidling guy that's on my shoulder. Well, pretty much a friend of mine is gonna draw the little voidling guy, like bigger than a city. Ever watched SpongeBob? It's all good. It's all good. Giant Alaskan bullworm is pretty much just a worm that is like really big, like bigger than a city. Yeah, little shoulder void boy will become big void worm. Yeah, basically. Pretty much. But let me get something to drink real quick. Oh. I have to message them to let them know. That is, of course, if they're still okay with it. If they're not, I will absolutely think of a different do a different goal and everything before Thursday. There's no time to sleep, but Peach, the bed looks so comfy. So many dresses, and yet they all look exactly the same. They're not the same. The dresses are all slightly different and very fashionable. Are you sure that they're different? Are you sure that they're different? You're sure about that? They all look the same to me. I can powder my nose. Hold on. Just gotta put on makeup real quick. Hold on. More makeup. And just slightly different. Hold on. More makeup. Poof, poof. More makeup. Poof, poof. There we go. I see no difference. Huh. I wonder where the secret button could be. Definitely not with the painting that is just on occasion just showing in line. Yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Whoa, who could have guessed? Gotta go again. Alright, sounds good, Carrie. Hope you have a good day. Ooh, I would want a sacred passage through the fireplace. It looks very well kept too. Why is Thursday the 4th day of the week? I don't know. I don't know if that's meant to be like an actual question or like a riddle. It'd make more sense to have Tuesday and Thursday near each other. A little bit. But to be honest, I like the fact that it alternates in my mind. Although there probably is like a reason that Thursday is called Thursday. Oh, I pressed the button. I pressed the button. Oh no! Button. There was a button and I pressed it. I had to press it. Double Wednesday, so the middle though? Yeah, absolutely. I know that, she's freaking out! She's freaking out! It's like, I know that in different languages, Wednesday is called like, like middle day or middle of the week. Pete, stay calm, we need you. Oh no, I just realized something. So you know how we possess Mario, right? I think some of the Voidlings decided to possess Peach, and this is why we can now control her. The princess is also possessed. Oh no. Freak out! Freak out! Panic! Sorry. Aptly called Donnerstag in German. Yeah. Is it Wednesday like Mittwoch? Like midweek? I think it's Mittwoch. I could be wrong. Could be a different day. We also have a tendency to stop controlling Mario when he died at 1 HP. I don't know what you mean. He's doing fine. Mittwoch is also called because it's mid of the week. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I'm forgetting what it's called in Spanish. Oopsies. I'll figure it out. Whoopsies. Hey, look at this! Looks like somebody left a private diary just lying around. Ooh. Mercedes. Oh, okay. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Is it like Mer? I'm forgetting how to pronounce it. Also, did I do my Duolingo? Hold on. Did I do my Duolingo? Hold on. I'm panicking. Hold on. I need to figure out if I have to do my Duolingo. Hold on. Also, miércoles. Miércoles? I had to do my Duolingo. Oh no. Oh no. Whoops. Miércoles. Miércoles? Hey, hold on. Give me one moment. Alright, did my duo? Nice. I have to do my duo real quick. Give me a moment. Hold on. I'm gonna do midstream Spanish lesson real quick.
Estamos sorprendidos.
Ah, what?
Estamos sorprendidos.
Estamos sorprendidos. And the last pronunciation you did was right? Nice. And I'm not gonna lie, I am always hesitant to speak in a different language because I don't know if my pronunciation is gonna be right or not. Alright, hold on. Mis hermanas no están preocupadas.
Ustedes están tristes hoy.
Ustedes están tristes. Are you sad today? A way to ask someone if they're depressed.
Padres están preocupados ahora.
Tus padres están preocupados ahora. I think it's funny when people mispronounce words. I mean, fair. You should hear Tat say y'all. I'm wondering how Tat says y'all. Because I know that I say y'all like a lot, especially in texting and everything.
Estamos felices con el trabajo nuevo.
I had Spanish GCSE as my worst GCSE so far, and I just passed. Oh. Spanish. Hey, at least you passed, right? You passed.
Ellas están sorprendidas.
Sorprendidas? Oh, come on, it was right, I just spelled it wrong. Están bien. Esteban. Nervioso porque mañana
Tiene un examen difícil. Difícil.
Ellas están muy emocionadas ahora. Ellas están muy emocionadas ahora.
What was that word?
Ellas están muy emocionadas ahora.
Mo-
Okay, cool, I got it right. Okay. I'm good.
Felipe y yo estamos felices en la...
Intento.
junta. I can't roll my R's unless I'm half asleep. I know that's fair. The thing is, I can't roll my R's. At least I don't think I can roll my R's. I don't know. Eh,
No estamos enojadas ahora.
hungry now. And I don't know if I can roll my R's. I try my best to. But the thing is, I don't know if I'm doing it right or not when I try to roll my R's.
Done.
Good practice is trying to purr. Oh, that's it. Huh. I won't lie, I never thought of practicing like that. So pretty much just copy the cat. Gotcha. Also, said cat is still sleeping.
Da.
I do it on its own. But it's a part of speaking Scots. Oh, gotcha. Wait. Estamos.
Estamos.
Aquí. You speak alien, not Scottish. Oh! I also forgot to say, I'm also trying to speak, or learn how to speak Welsh. It's actually really fun to speak. I'm not gonna lie. And I love the fact that, beginning, I already know how to say terrible in Welsh. Just ofnadwy. Ofnadwy. I think it's like, how are you is like, Suthy ofnadwy. How are you? Terrible. I think a bit opposite problem saying English with words. The soft R. Wait, question. What English word has a soft R? Because I don't know. I just speak it. Help. Tristes. Wait. Wait, is it read or read? All of them? Oh, okay. You guys say R so softly. It's just soft spoken. Sometimes. Some people are not soft spoken. Porque. Done. No, is it? No, okay. Ustedes son enojadas? Aha!
Ellas están sorprendidas.
An- yes. American and most English doesn't have hard R's. Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I never thought of it like that. Or I never thought of like the soft and hard letters and sounds and everything. Ah! Ads! No! No! No ads. No free advertisement. No. Okay.
I have extended my streak to 173 days. Wicked. Cool. Alright. And now we read someone's diary. Oh, you like doing this sort of thing, don't you? Tisk tisk. What do you mean? It's just a diary laying out if they didn't want to read it. Can't believe our streamers is sellout. No free ads unless it's streamer ads. So true.
Hablo en español, y son bastante bien. Muy bien.
Please stop having Brian try to speak Spanish. He cannot speak Spanish. He'll try his best, but he cannot speak Spanish, please. Please, don't torture Brian like this. What the heck? Very quietly. Spanish. Yeah. Brian does not know any Spanish. Let's see. Whoa. Day 00, month star. Sunny. He's trying, one day he will. You can, if you keep in mind how Brian pronounces stuff. That is true. I think you would have to mix up how some words are spelt then, to be honest. Like, if you really want him to speak actual Spanish, you definitely have to, like, mess around with how some things are spelled. Like, it definitely wouldn't look like Spanish. It definitely wouldn't look like Spanish, but it would sound like Spanish through Brian. I'm not watching stream, and no, I can't on any way to promote you. I'm not gonna lie, I find it just a little bit funny that you were just completely ignoring me to promote myself. But honestly, I get that. I get that. That's very fair. Today, I went to Star Haven and stole the Star Rod. Now I'm invincible. Oh.
Me encanta Brian, es bonito.
Sí. Brian is muy bonito. Teach Brian how to speak Spanish and you come with a new language. Oh, that is so true. No, just you try to teach Brian how to speak Spanish. In the process, new language. Oh. I also captured those 7 star spirits, so they won't annoy me anymore. It was a hard day's work, and I'm feeling pretty bushed. Dinner was nice, but a bit bland. I feel like I might know the person who wrote this. Yes, read more. Let's continue. Day 0x, month star. Cloudy, then sunny. Have you taught him a new language, or did he accidentally make it up on the way? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if he just accidentally made it up. Ikdiba. Today was a great diary. I used my castle to lift Princess Peach's castle way up into the sky. Then I barged into Peach's castle and beat up Mario. Yeah! Unbelievable, I know! So fun! And there's more. After that, I kidnapped Princess Peach. I couldn't be happier, diary. I hope she likes me. Princess Peach! This is Bowser Diary. Ugh. I've been watching Peace for too long. I've been hit with lag. Oh no. Not the lag. Not the lag. Oh no. What'll we do? Bowser writes like an 8-year-old with a crush. He does. I think Bowser in this game is a little bit closeted. But it's okay. In other games, he comes out of the closet. Absolutely read more. Day XX, month star. Sunny. He doesn't deserve privacy. Ouch. While the Koopa Bros got beaten by Mario, diary, he even set free that stupid star spirit I kept there. I'm so mad I can barely write. Oh, I'm Mario. I'm so big and strong and good and helpful. He's definitely closeted. I hate him, but I'm not worried. There's no way Mario can save the star spirit being held in dry ruins. He's very small, Bowser. He just barely clung on to the Koopa Bros, Bowser. Please. To do that, he'd have to solve the mystery of the sands and then find dry ruins and dry desert. How would he even know to go to the desert anyway? So I'm not worried at all. In fact, I'm so calm, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm guessing you guys heard the bell. Heard the bell from the kitty. Nope, hold on. No. No. You are within arm's reach, so therefore I'm gonna grab you. No, come here. Come here, roommate's cat. Yeah. Rumi's cat. Roommate's cat. And Flops is still very much asleep. Yeah. A good way to know if it's my cat or my roommate's cat is the fact that my roommate's cat purrs very, very loudly. Just here, listen to this purr. Alright, fine. I'll let you go now. Goodbye. I know, Flops is absolutely has entered just a light coma. Yeah, just light coma. Pet the cat. Both cats deserve all the pets. Dry ruins in the middle of dry desert? Oh no! One of the revered star spirits is being held there. Twink, do you think you can find Mario and tell him that? Yes, of course, Princess Peach. I'll find Mario right away. Oh. Oh no. I can't believe I left my secret diary laying out. It would be so embarrassing if somebody read that thing. What? What's the princess doing here? Oh, it's okay, Yue. Pat. Pat, Yue. Bowser even writes where they put the sugar. The super powerful thing they've been hiding. Yeah, I know, right? Like, what the heck? Who even writes that? Is she faking being asleep? She's either faking being asleep or just kind of like, oh man, I got caught. You little sneak, you read my diary. Spike guys.
King Bowser, is there a problem?
You're the worst guards ever. Take Princess Peach back to her room immediately. Also ignore the big red button that's just right there. I'm sure that has nothing to do with Princess Peach being here. Probably not. She probably just snuck past you when you guys weren't looking. Yep, absolutely. You sound so done about everything. Yeah. I just found it really funny that Bowser talks in like a lot of exclamation points, yet I just give him the most just deadpan voice. Deadpan monochrome voice. Oh, pat.
Yes, sir. Straight away. Forgive us, sir.
No, put me down. And I'll just ignore the big red button there. That's definitely has nothing to do with it. Uh-huh. Definitely. Absolutely. Old star. Mario, I believe you saved us all. Yep, just ignore the floating star, just right there. Say my power is broken, I recover it little by little. As long as an ounce of power remains in me, I shall help you. Star sparkles. Sparkle. Can I use the star spirit's power in battle? Nice. Using star power requires star energy. Until this no. I suggest that you listen. It's very important. Do you want to listen? No. Alright, if you say so. If you could, I'm pretty sure this... You could see, I'm pretty sure the star was hiding behind the chair. Oh yeah, no, 100%. The little star guy was just hiding behind the chair. I don't know how Bowser didn't see the little star. Oh well. Go back to Starhaven. I must leave immediately. I'll always be watching you. Just to see if you actually are possessed. Yep, definitely not possessed. Just ignore the lack of normal eyes. It'll be fine. Gonna blow up a wall. No more wall. Bowser's head is kinda hollow. Yeah, just a little bit. Treasure. Think we're not gonna hear an echo? Probably, yeah. Most likely. Oh! Nope. Nope. Aha! I ignore you. Haha. Nope. Haha. Oh, nope. I don't think so. Goodbye. Nope. I ignore it. Nope. Aha. Speedrun. Wee. And a little rattle. What's the rattle for? Probably this Bowser's brain. Ah! Brah. Bruh. I was ignoring you guys so well. What the heck? Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. Aha! Whoop! Coins. Coins! I'll let that guy sleep this time. That's a Princess Peach figurine. Probably. Yeah. That's the only thing just in Bowser's head. Is a Princess Peach figurine or pride flag. Ooh. To be honest, probably. Wait.
We got to have money.
Oh. Oh! Goodbye, I guess. Welcome back.
Mario, I'm talking to you. I promise you this fight will be much different from before.
Just a pride flag in a closet. You, Mario! Of course you remember me! Yeah, hello, Cheyenne. You know, he didn't die, he's good.
What? Darn it, you don't remember me? Listen, you big lug.
My name is Junior Troopa. Remember it and tremble.
After this beating, you'll definitely remember it.
Yeah, definitely haven't. Oh no, it's definitely Cheyenne now. Look, it's Cheyenne.
Your attacks are useless now.
Yep. Uh-huh. I do this. Hey, there we go.
Youch!
Who knew that Mario had such battle skills? Cute. Cut the little guy some slack. He's trying his hardest. He is. He's adorable. He's trying his best. Grr, it's not over yet though. Yeah!
He's trying his best. He's doing all that he can. I just feel bad that I'm just beating him up, I won't lie. I just feel a little bit bad. It must be done, I'm sorry. Oh. There we go. Oh. Hit on one more time. Just to make sure. Alright. Yeah, no, he's out cold. I just had to make sure. He's fine. Mario! I'm ashamed to apologize, sir. I am too. He was trying his best. Mario, Mario, it's me, Twink. Remember me? Here to save that honorable star spirit who was captured by the Koopa Bros. Bowser and his gang are so angry about it. I knew you could do it, Mario. You're on your way. But enough celebration for now. I come bearing important information for you. Seems that one of the star spirits is being held captive somewhere in dry desert. Bowser wrote it in his diary. Someplace called Dry Ruins. Why'd you have to out him like that? Why'd you have to say specifically it was in his diary? Like, come on. Bruh. That was uncalled for. What the heck? The prince has braved the dangers of the castle to get you this clue, Mario. In this day and age, I bet they would have called the tiny star Stella. Oh no, absolutely. They would have absolutely called the tiny star Stella. Ever sit like knee up and like on that knee and your foot goes on healing slightly numb? Yep. I have to remind myself not to do it too often because I tend to do it a lot. It's just not a good thing. No, not very good. It also doesn't help when I actually have to like get up and walk around. I have to wait like 5 or so minutes to like get feeling back in that leg. I'm gonna get a mushroom. I wish to have a mushroom. Give me a mushroom. Because then it hurts and takes like 5 minutes to wake back up. Yeah. No, it's absolutely just a really easy way to sit. It's like, come on! Money. We got to have money. Down the floor at school a lot, which is always annoying. Yeah, I get that. Nope. Hey, hello. Oh, you guys, I like you guys. Ooh. Let's destroy a weaker enemy with first attack. That's actually really cool, though. Enemies in a row. Gives the enemy's defense power and injures it. I do like this one better, though. Give me. Thank you. Burr. Now. I hit the tree. And the little chef. I love the fact that this toad's name is Tasty. Tasty tea. Tasty. Tasty. I love this chef. Wait, did you guys just realize that? Did you guys just realize the name? This guy's name? I just sit on the floor at breakfast lunch. Yeah, to be fair, it... Ooh, fried shroom? Nice. That's such a cutie name. I know, right? Didn't know. But now you know.
The more you know. Hold on. What? This is the first time I see that character. Yeah! This is the chef! That makes so much tasty food. So much tasty food. And plus the music too is amazing. And plus you can still hear the, Toad Town music in the background too. Yeah, you could just sit on top of tables. 10 FP? Nutty cake. Crazy cake. Yeah. Is fried shrimp made of mushrooms? If so, is it cannibalism that they eat it? To be honest, probably. I would not be surprised at all. Yeah. I like this guy, mostly because of his color. Yeah, but honestly, it's probably... It's probably, Hehe, pipe. I'm gonna ignore it. Oh yeah! Hey guys, do you wanna see a little oinks? Do you wanna see a little oinks? I'm gonna show you little oinks. Ready? They come from egg. They come from little egg. Little egg. Look at him! He's so cute! Look at him! Hold on, more little oinks, more little oinks. The little tiger oink. Hold on, more oink. More tiger oink. There are different types of oinks. There are different types of little oinks. They're so cute. It's a pink oink. It's a pink little oink. It's a pink little oink. It's so cute. Oh, look at that one. Look at that flashy dude. This guy is really rare. It's a silver oink. Such a glorious creature. Look at him. Look at him. He's so silly. I want one more. One more to round it out. One more to round it out. One more, one more, one more. I wish to have another little oink. One more. Oh. 2 silver oinks! 2 silver little oinks! Look at them! Look at them! So cute. So cute. One more, one more. I can only do one more. One more, I promise. Last one. 100% last one. Yes, yes. 100% last one. Oh, that one has little flowers. It's a flower oink. Look at him. That's so cute. He's so cute. Alright, I'm done. Gonna let them frolic now. Oh hey, something blow up. They are so cute. Look at them. So cute. Yes, board the train. We're boarding the train. On the train, on the train, on the train. You know what? We're just gonna sit with the conductor. And the partner's just gonna sit in the back. Bombette, I'm sorry, Bombette. You were just simply back there. Choo choo! Also, I wonder how they got the smoke to be shaped like stars. Chapter 2. And we finally hit the 5-hour mark. Whoa. Whoa. The 24-hour stream has been completed. Now, if I wanted to, they could just stop right here. However, I want to get to the town before stopping. We're gonna go on for just a little bit longer. Coin, yoink, ow. Coin, yoink, ow. Coin, ow. Egg. An egg of unknown origin. How far is this town? Not too far, I don't think. Maybe. Not a clue. If anything, I want... Whoopsies. I want to say... like 30 minutes or so? Oops. There we go. Yeah, so it won't be too far. Ah, no, confound it. Where could it be? Mostly because I want to keep on going. Because there's something that... that I want to do. Or that I want you guys to see. It's very funny to me. Oh, sorry folks, very sorry. You were at the beginning! The 24-hour stream has been completed. Any added playtime will be counted as a separate session. Yes. What now? Are you Mario? Why, you are. You're the Mario. Hello there. I like this guy a lot. The name's Paracarry. I deliver letters. Luckily, I think I have to leave now. It's okay, Clay. Do not worry. It's okay. There's always gonna be the VODs. It'll be okay. Pat. Might see you on Thursday. I should see you on Thursday. If not, probably gonna see you Saturday. Right now, I'm probably head off. Sounds good, Tat. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have good sleep. Yeah, no, that's fair, Clay. That's fair. Hey, I'll see you Thursday. I hope you feel better. Hope you feel better soon. So now we are on a search quest. I do like Paracarry. In my opinion, Paracarry gives off like they them energy. Or she, he, they. Whap! Whap! I know it's kind of new for the promo bill, definitely won't do. What do you mean? A promo? What do you mean? what do you mean? What do you mean? Wah! A wonderful streamer. I'd be a bit. Why do you never stock up on healing items? To be fair, in my defense, I just forget. I do a little bit of forgetting. It's fine. It's fine. I just do a little bit of forgetting. Alright, anyway, hope you have a good night, Clay, and hope you feel better soon. Hope you feel better soon. Oh no. Oh good, oh good. Feel better soon. Thing over there? Nope. Whoa, no.
A letter. I want mine. I got the shiny star. Very shiny, very shiny. Uh-oh. Nope. No, no, no. You hurt. You hurt. You hurt. No, no, no. Goodbye. A good day, sir. And down the slide. Whee! Ow, pain. Oh, I see another letter over there. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No, no. Aha. Can't catch me. I can't catch me. Ha 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 ha. I love left then. Gecko and Nico are both level 100. Yo, let's go. Ooh. Ooh, I like the damage. Figure out the last 2 spots. That's fair. Whoop, nope. Goodbye. See ya. I go up here. Oh no. Oh, bruh. Oh, hey. See you. Oh no. Oh, pain and suffering. Oh no. Whoop. Probably gonna Fennekin. I think Fennekin would be good with Delphox and everything. Let's see. Who else would be good? I know that Hatterene is a pretty good fairy type if you don't have any fairy types. I don't like Delphox design. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. And a 1. And last one. I'm actually the one because I know that's very fair though. What other fairy types are there that are good? I know that there's like Sylveon. Gardevoir is a good fairy psychic. I'm trying to think of other Pokemon. Okay, what would be good? I know that Volcarona is a pretty good bug fire type. Maybe? I don't know, actually. I love a few that are in my living dex to double as specific types for raids. Eee, nice! Eee. It's very good, very good. Whoop, going this way. Haha. I want that badge. I want that badge. I want that badge. Give me the badge. Please and thank you. I actually can't really think of any other ones. Maybe like an electric type? Or maybe a ground type if you don't have it yet. Because
Ground types tend to be pretty good. I have my Dex Glade leveled and move equipped for catching duty. Yee! I know Glade is really good for like weakening and catching Pokemon. Got Grounded Dragon and Garchomp. Hey, nice. Oh! Is my kitty cat awake? Hello! Oh, you are so sleepy.
Yes, hi there.
Hey there, hold up a second, partner. Just a darn minute. I've seen you somewhere. Big bird. Yep, very similar. You look a lot like this fella Mario who's on Bowser's Wanted poster. Now give, what's your name? Mario, Luigi, or Princess Peach? Well, I'm feeling that Princess Peach won't slide. Mario definitely won't slide. I will be fought. What if I do Luigi? What happens if I do Luigi? Well, Luigi, eh, Bard? You do look like this dude. Well, you're not Mario, I guess. I reckon you can pass. Yep, bye-bye. See ya. Alright. Goodbye. Thank you for letting me through. I'm definitely Luigi. Yep. Definitely Luigi. Uh-huh. Absolutely. Yep. Avoid an unnecessary fight. To be fair, it is a good way to get XP too. I can always come back when I'm stronger as well. Oh hey! Colorado. Hello there, old boy. How goes the travels, eh? I'm known as Colorado. I'm an archaeologist, you know? I travel the world. At the moment, I'm turning dry desert upside down to find the dry ruins. My assistants have attempted to gather information in dry outpost, which is near here. As yet, we're having little success. All I need is a clue and we'll be golden. You're Colorado, right? My name's Carey. I deliver letters. I believe I have one for you. Hang on a moment. Burner. Another letter duly delivered. A postman's job is never done. Oh, good show. The letter from my wife. Thank you ever so, old chap. That's why I needed to give me the strength to go on. I know. I passed along a spot of thanks. Came across it a while I was immersed in the dig around here. Ooh, star piece. Shiny. Whoop, nope, there's a bandit. No thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Nope, we ignore all the things. We ignore all the things. We ignore all the things. We jump and ignore. Jump and ignore, jump and ignore, jump and ignore, jump and ignore. Yep. Oh hey, how are you? Middle of a journey just as you appear to be. Other travelers I meet are like brothers and sisters to me. If a town is what you seek, follow this path to the east. A desert town called Dry Outpost awaits at path's end. Nice. Thank you. Trees. Whoop, no. No thank you, goodbye. More trees. Lots of trees. Hey, there we go. Yeah, I was a little bit wrong on my estimates. It only took about like 14 minutes. Alright. Well, we got to the town that I wanted to get to. So I believe that'll be the end of the stream for today. Alright, hold on. Let me... There we go. And let's see. Hold on. There we go. Alright, yeah, so that'll be end of stream for now. Hope you guys are having a good day. Thank you for sticking around and everything. Remember to get something to eat, get something to drink. Be sure to... ow. Be sure to do your Duolingo, take your meds if you haven't already. And yeah, thanks for sticking around. This one was a lot of fun. Have a good time zone. And I will see you guys on Thursday. And also, hello VOD watchers, hope you're doing well. Thank you for sticking through to the end. You guys are so mean to the VOD watchers. SMH. Yeah, I'll see you on Thursday. We'll see what it's gonna be. Alright. Goodbye! Wait, hold on. Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Let's see. Do you guys want to go to the ducks? Would you guys like the ducks? Cause they're alive. Here, head up. Let's see. Here. Ducks are there. We could absolutely raid them. It is time to feed the floaty boys. Raid the ducks. Alright, I'm gonna send you over to the floaty boys. Remember, get something to eat, something to drink if you haven't. Remember, take care of yourself and everything. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. It is Tuesday, right? Yes. Okay, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Alright, I'll see you guys then. Goodbye. Thank you for sticking around. It was fun. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye 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 bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.